Alright. I think it might be it's time. Boo. Boop, 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 boom. Ow. Alright, let's open up the damn game. It starts. Leveling up all our shitters. And then planning. Planning to beat Drake. Epstein file stuff again. Oh god, it's so snus, man. It's so snus. Who the hell cares about Epstein? You're telling me that Kash Patel is never gonna fucking reveal anything on the Epstein files? Due to the fact that, whoa, he's the FBI director to a sycophant in chief? Crazy. And Kash Patel only cares about maintaining his own power above all else? I'm surprised. I'm shocked. This is me being shocked. Alright, leveling up idiots time. We only have to do this a couple more times. Oh no, not Boy Meets Mini. Boy Meets Mini, if anything, you're the sus one. Dab, got him. Sus cause you're cringe. Boy Meets Mini, you're sus cause you're cringe. Yeah, get dabbed on, idiot. Hurricane. Useless. Gig impact, more like cringe impact. But yes, it's time to level up all these shitters. It's probably one of the last times I'm gonna do this before I don't do it for Victory Road, because I just want to get through Victory Road and stuff. Ugh. There is not a lot of this game left. This game is almost done. Not much is left. We have almost beaten it. We're depositing. More posting cringe on the internet, as always. As one does, as one should. Just like Boy Meets Minnie would do. Yep. Wonder what we're gonna bring against Drake. What are we gonna bring against Drake, that bastard? Oh, it's a double battle as well. I don't know who that is. Clueless. Kendrick. I don't know who that is. Never heard of that guy. Never heard of that guy. Fucking, he's got McGearna on his team. Ugh. McGearna's very annoying to deal with. Mixed meds. Mag. We got Arch with the fucking goddamn power herb. Paldean Tauros. Gouging Fire in the Emery with a focus sash. If there's anyone who's going to be a complete pain in the ass, it's going to be that, well, if there's anything that's going to be a complete pain in the ass, it's going to be, the Elite Four. That's going to be a shit show. Because just like in Radical Red, they have two different teams, and it's random which one they have. Shisui and Decidueye with Quill Rush. Quill Rush. No, it's like Bull Rush. Okay. Boost power by 20% and speed by 50% in the first turn. Okay. So like Bull Rush for Emboar. Okay. Ligma. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. I was looking at what the Elite Four has, and I'm just like, ugh. Coming up with fucking scenarios and all this shit for these motherfuckers is gonna be so annoying. Be a whole sort of like potential crafting and just thinking shenanigans, just being like, okay, what the fuck is my plan here? What am I gonna do? That'll be fun. Shell smash. Okay. Shell smash, shell smash. Well, you're no longer worthless. Real chat is on YouTube. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Chainsaw, but you're posting cringe! Imagine thinking the real chat's on YouTube. Shaking my head. Posting cringe. As always. As expected from Chainsaw. Not surprised that Chainsaw CCCTV. Chainsaw TV. Posting cringe as always. It's fake news. Always has been fake. Never real. Let me tell you, folks. Fake news. Fake is totally fake, folks. It's just not real. Tell you folks, I would have expected no less from people like Chainsaw, posting nothing but fake news. Drew, like the stream. I agree. Exclamation mark YouTube to like the stream. What's up, Chainsaw? Ay, 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 ay. Like the subscribe to the YouTube with the actual fixed correct URL. That's true. They do be like that sometimes. Or you can just live the life that I have and just be permanently off because you can't find work. Just be permanently off. Smile. That's crazy. Damn. Spite, as always, the greatest motivating factor. which is to be expected. Look at Esteban Benelli, the third. Esteban Bonoblo. Estebanus McBeanus McPenis McWeenus McDeanus. Esteban Bonoblo. Well, Destiny does have a significantly larger channel in comparison to mine, so... Algorithm and whatnot. I did not want to take the cart with me, huh? Because I've already leveled up the cart. Whatever. Yeah, that's how it works. That's why everyone should read, should just watch my backlog instead, so you don't get served cringe-ass Esteban Bonoblo fucking content. At youtube.com/Doparumba. Watch some good backlog and not Esteban Benevoli, because he's cringe. Now it's time for me to get sued by Ethan Klein, because I said this. Done. Almost. Leveling up. These dumbasses. Chen Pao. Chen Pao. I'm pretty sure Luligant gets triple axle. Does it get triple axle? No! No triple axle. Alright, Chen Pao. Keep Sword Stance. Take Icicle Crash. I can't believe that you're getting likes from a Vosh Orbiter. I'm gonna have to write a cancel thread on you about why you were a stupid idiot cringe head, McDoofus face, and why you should die probably in a fire. Imagine being a Vosh stan in this fucking... I didn't want to teach you Throat Chop, I wanted to keep Sword Stance. In this channel, what are you, fucking stupid? That's a rhetorical question, yes you are stupid. Dark Void. This is pre-nerf Dark Void, so we are definitely taking Dark Void. Dark Void that's not complete doo-doo bubkiss. Dark Void, which is broken. We want to talk about broken moves. Dark Hole. This move is so fucking busted. Holy shit. Boy Meets Mini, you remember this move. I know you remember this move. This disgusting, disgusting fucking attack. Which means I'm definitely teaching it to Darkrai. It's broken. Oh god, Dark Hole, what a fucking degenerate fucking move, man. Oh, it's such a busted attack. Alright. Alright, Darkrai, you're getting some, moves. And we're gonna train you two idiots up as well. I passed Aura Sphere. Does Darkrai get Aura Sphere in this game? Yes. Much better than Focus Blast. Sludge Bomb or do I want Nasty Plot? Way to hit fairies would be good. Alright, two more idiots. Simple meme. Shit cannon. Shift gear on. Shift gear. You have my attention. Shift gear on Genesect. You have my attention. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be extra racist now because of Boy Meets Mini talking about critical racist theory. Can't be helped. What other move can I give Genesect? Besides Iron Head. Fuck my goddamn. Where my damn patches at? Okay. Nothing for both of them. Okie dokie. And you, little guy. Sneak, close combat, sucker punch, and your ability is technician, which is pretty nice. For those priority moves of yours. But you always keep these two moves, doesn't matter, they're just better. Can you learn knockoff? I guess I could just give you knockoff instead. It's utility. Man, your sprite looking a little fucking whack there, I'm not gonna lie, Chin Pao. This shit looking kinda whack. This shit looking kinda whack, I'm not gonna lie. A little weird. Looking a little weird there, Chin Pao. It's okay, I still respect you. Alright, well, stat distributions for these idiots is going to be extremely easy. Alright. Drake. Double battle with Mence Magirna in the lead. Man, so many double battles. You need a way to take out the Magirna because Magirna has Soul Heart, and that's a fucking problem. The more things you kill around Magirna, the stronger they become. Or just the Magirna becomes. Type. The reason I want like a ground type is because I can use it to just click Earthquake. The problem is that I get intimidated by the Mence. Which is annoying. I'm trying to think. Probably gonna take Iron Hands again. Fake Out support's bulky, it's really good in doubles. Do I take this asshole with me? I mean, it would insta-give the fucking Salamence. want something fast that just instant gives the Salamence. Or I might take you because you have flip turn. Fast flip turn is what I want. I want something fast. And Bundle has pretty decent matchups in the other stuff. Yeah, good into the Paldean Tauros. Decent into the Paldean Tauros. And then there's also the Rayquaza. I definitely want something that just spams Earthquake, though. Earthquake users are definitely good in this fight. I need things that make the ground shake. Wish I had, like, Lando T. Do I have access to Lando T? Lando T would be fucking perfect. Like, oh my god, Lando T would be perfect for what I want. Intimidator against all these annoying-ass fucking attackers and stuff. Woof. Yeah, we should probably try to find the genies. I think it might be time to find the genies. Looking at a little sus. Susi obukus. Obukus. Nope. They're roamers. I don't have access to them. They're fucking roamers. So we don't have access to them. Unfortunate. Okay, so we don't have access to any of the genies. No genies. Unfortunate. Excuse me. Alright, so we don't have access to Landorus. Landorus would have been exactly what I wanted, but we can't use it. It's available after you get through Victory Road, and it's a fucking roamer. So that's not gonna work. want to bring Mr. Tuskington to be my main earthquake spammer. Garchomp. Garchomp's not ideal either. Weak to dragon moves. It's not great. 2 intimidators as well. Could use Mamoswine. Mamoswine's a little slow though. A little too slow. Being part ice is pretty decent, but can be problematic. What else could we use? Oh shit, we got a fucking... What's up, burnt out alien? Oh fuck, on Instagram we got a Bill Ackman defender. Imagine defending Bill Ackman. A 5-second clip taken out of context. It's like, you know, I have the overall, like, video in of itself where I talk about the fucking goddamn Bill Ackman thread. All I do is just post my fucking shit. Oh, it's a Joe Rogan defender. You're just swear a lot. Now I have to reply to this. Cry about it, loser. Cry about it, loser. Cry about it, loser. Well, is this a spam call? Alright. Immediately hangs up as soon as I click accept on the call. That's funny. Picks up call, 3 seconds, says hello. Call ended. Alright. Yeah, they're not real. I agree. Cry about it, loser. Watch this whole... Like, he's a Joe Rogan defender and a Bill Ackman defender? Damn. Men are certainly not sending their best. Carpeted bathroom. There we go. Can't believe that Chainsaw would start following me on Instagram. Inconceivable. Okay, I'm gonna make the ultimate call out to this guy. Do you even live in New York? Imagine defending the fees of this sore loser billionaire. Expected of the Joe Rogan fan. Alright. My bullying, satiated for the time being. Oh, the Nazi? Yeah, Gypsy Crusader? That guy? Well, besides the fact that he liked, like, shoving, bad dragon dildos with, like, cum pumpers up his asshole. Besides that? I mean, it's normal. Yeah, it's typical at this point. Yeah, it's to be expected, you know? That fucking goofy head ass. Alright. I still need to figure out how I'm gonna beat Drake. I definitely want a ground type, though. Does dress up like a clown and fits him well. I mean, he also, like, went on, like, unironically, he went on, like, a fucking date with, fucking Nick Fuentes. Like, that's no cap, that's unironic. He did that. He went basically on a date with him. It's so fucking goofy. They're two butt buddies, basically perfectly made for each other. You know, I don't want to just constantly spam Paradox Pokemon, but I find myself constantly spamming Paradox Pokemon because they're just kind of fucking broken. I could use, yeah, Gauge. I mean, what do you mean? It perfectly checks out for dumbasses like, those dumbasses. Oh, what the... Is she like a K-pop star with her fucking jiggly-ass boobs or something? Right? Her? That just sounds like a skill issue. Do you KO Magearna with Earth Power? Alright, so it's time to start putting in Sheer Force. With Sheer Force, no. Now, full special attack investment, 252. No. Magearna lives. Damn. That means I have to use Sandy Shocks then? I don't want to have to use fucking Sandy Shocks. It's like that fresh and fit guy who tries so hard to be white, but gets called the N-word by the people he likes the most, Lamau. I mean, you know, listen, it's all fucking... With a lot of these people, it's constant, like, race cuckoldry bullshit. Like, that's not, like... Statistic, eh. You know, it's just not surprising. I know not what you speak of. I do know like the 4B movement was like, I think I talked about it before. It's like a second wave feminist movement or some shit, I think. I don't remember. Nidoking just doesn't have the fucking punch, huh? What if I haven't given it an item yet, so let's put that into the calculation. Life Orb. That's got the punch it needs. Okay, well, that has the punch it needs. Does it KO Archelodon? That's just at level 100. That's crazy. Yeah, it pummels it into the ground. Jesus. This thing speed ties with Arch? That's crazy. It's got Modest though, so I'm timid, so I outspeed it. How fast is Gouging Fire? Adamant? I think Nidoking actually outspeeds that. No, it doesn't. Should with a timid nature, though. Yeah, it does. And it Okos. Nidoking, huh? As long as I maintain a faster threat on the fucking field, I can basically constantly bait the AI to want to go after the faster threat instead. Instead of the Nidoking, which is going to be pumping out damage. We can do that little trick. And then, what else do we want to bring in? From the male case, but the other half of comments were Swerve saying that she's the reason men are predated. Oh, right, yes. The idea that it's just like, you know, we have to blame the woman for, I don't know, being sexy or whatever, and it's just like, nah, you must be protected from men or whatever the fuck, even though it's like whatever, it's just like, hey, jiggly boobs. That's like the only thing that like men broadly speaking have like focused on. It's just like, hey, her boobs jiggle. Like, hey, jiggle boob. Let's move the life orb first. Do I need the booster energy? Just run specs. Just have it really punch through stuff. No, I don't want the specs. I don't want specs. I need to be able to flip turn out, so yeah. Booster energy it is. Even though you don't need the speed. You already outspeed everything that Drake has. Ugh. Oh, well, you know how it is, Chainsaw. Those who, I don't know, have, like, complete schizo conniptions about, I don't know, bullshit, typically have no idea about what they're talking about. Maybe I take Mega Manectric with me? Intimidate is nice against this team. Most of them are just, like, physical attackers. Eh. At the same time, it doesn't really do anything. Mega Manectric doesn't really have any targets besides the Paldean Tauros. I need a way to beat that damn fucking Rayquaza, dude. This thing is a problem. Just constant fake out spam it. That's a plan. That's a way to deal with it. Just fake it out until it just dies. We're gonna burn it. Burning it doesn't really do anything, it's mixed. Well, you know, all these, like, dumbasses who complain about horseshoe theory very often end up going round back to fucking horseshoe theory themselves. Am I taking Megalopunny again? Well, it's just fast fake out. I think I'm just gonna take Megalopunny again. I can't believe that Daho would take Megalopunny again to another double battle. I can't believe it! Whoa! What the? Why would he do that? I don't know, guys. Fast stab fake out's pretty good. I think I might get rid of T-Bolt on the Nidoking and just give it Protect. No, I'll keep T-Bolt. Give it Ice Beam, keep T-Bolt. Get rid of Sludge Bomb. I don't need Sludge Bomb. Good Protect. What am I bringing? Alright, I need to beat Rayquaza measure. I need a murder Rayquaza button. Just bring a fairy. Special attacking fairy type, especially because it's naive. Something that clicks the Moonblast button, but you're not very fast. I can give you Scarf. That should fix the problem. And it turns off extreme speed? I think that's fine. One more. Should get a slow pivot, maybe. It's not the best, but it works. Because I have plenty of fast pivots, I just need a slow one. Asmongold, Joe Rogan, and Jordan Peterson. That would be pretty bad. I think it's just gonna have to be Clef. That would be pretty bad. Where's my leftovers? Who's got the scarf? I have the scarf. Alright. I don't know. I mean, that is, like, really fucking bad. I don't really know who would be worse. I mean, like, Joe Rogan probably is not, like, I mean, he's already a fucking prolific weed smoker. He smokes all the fucking time. At the very least, like, maybe, like, Joe Rogan can kind of talk about something. Now you have fun, Wallace. What's in the Dex Nav? Shaman. The Lumberry? I'll take Shaman. Cool. I'll take the little hedgehog. You got a little hedgehog? Shaman's guy's pretty good. Wild Pokemon in this area? Okay. The thing with, like, Nightmare Blunt rotations and fucking conservatives is that there's, like, just so many fucking dumbass shitters you can put in and it'd just be all wretched and terrible. I'll take a Hydrapple, I think. Why not? I do like Hydrapple. It's a pretty good Pokemon. That's a Sprite. I don't know why I'm catching these. Well, I mean, I do have the, appropriate shit for them, so that's fine to take them. Okay, so we need to reteach Nidoking some moves. Specifically, Ice Beam and Protect. I think what makes them so bad is they feed off of each other, so the better the synergy they have, the worse. Another factor can also just be, it's just like, they're just like wretched, terrible humans, right? Like, they're just like not fundamentally interesting people, so it's like if they get high, hypothetically speaking, it's just like shit, you know? It's just like, Jesus fuck, bro. Because they're like not interesting people whatsoever. It's just like, oh god, bro. Jesus. Fuck this shit, bro. Oh, I forgot to mention, my strike on TikTok got reversed because the appeal on one of my videos was successful. So that's good. You know, a little bit of good news in these trying times. Take what we get. Because I knew that was, like, complete fucking bullshit. Drake time. But this is the good Drake, not the bad Drake. This is good Drake, not bad Drake. Although what they did with Drake in this game is really funny. Yeah, this isn't fucking Toronto Man Drake, okay? This is Drake, who's apparently a Chaos Agent for some reason. They made Drake a Chaos Agent for some reason in this game. It's very strange, but whatever. Fuck it, YOLO, you know? Any excuse to be able to put in Cynthia as a fight. That's the reason why they did it, is so they can have Cynthia in as a fight during the Elite Four. I guess it's a bit of a spoiler. But yeah, we're going to be facing up against Cynthia eventually. Alright. Should be ready with everything. Alright. Let's get started. Alright, chat, say hi, YouTube. YouTube! Drake. The not cringe Canadian version of Drake. Not cringe, because he's not Canadian. He's an old-ass man, okay? So again, you know, Drake's like a Chaos Agent or some shit in this game. It's really weird. Whatever. You know, they're having their fun. So, here's the team. He's really weak to a bunch of just, like, special ground moves. He also has a Magirna. He has some kind of annoying stuff. Like Mega Rayquaza. Pretty annoying, I'd say. So this, pretty much the plan is just gonna be, like... I want to kind of mess with the AI a little bit. Or at least I hope I'm gonna kind of mess with the AI here a little bit. Because what I want to happen is... constantly just, like, present faster threats that the AI has to deal with. In order to distract the AI from the fact that, well... instead of dealing with the Nidoking, which is going to be doing most of the damage and taking out most of the stuff, the AI is going to want to deal with the faster threat. That being like the Iron Bundle or the Mega Lopunny or something like that, right? No, I'm bringing Mega Lopunny again. Guys, it turns out Mega Lopunny Fake Out is really, really good in Build Battles. I would have thought. Well, anywho, that's the team. That's what we're going to do. Let's talk with the Chaos Agent. Hey, big man. He just wants to stop the chaos. Drake, why would you do this? Drake, no. Where do all these people get Master Balls as well, by the way? Oh shit, he's been helping them. That's crazy. sure, man. I was the real Chaos Agent the whole time! He's tired of the liberal status quo. Meh. Man, you love fucking yapping, do you? Alright, let's go. Let's go, big man. Alright, so we're gonna get 2 immediate KOs here. I do not care at all about the Intimidate. We're getting our 2... We're grabbing 2 free KOs here, because if we don't take out the Magirna's gonna get stronger and stronger and stronger if you just leave it alone. So we're just going to take these 2 dipshits out instantaneously. You're dead. Yeah, anytime anything gets KO'd, Magirna gets a soul heart boost. Too bad you're not going to be able to make use of it, because you're dead. No Shuka Berry? Well, goodbye. Alright, grabbing my 2 instantaneous KOs, just like I wanted. There's the Paldean Tauros, which is what I was anticipating would come in. And I'm also thinking he's probably going to bring in the Archelodon, I'm thinking. Never mind. He's bringing in the fucking threat. I was lied to. He's bringing in the problem. So we're just gonna flip turn out. We're gonna break the sash. I'm okay with this because I can break the sash. I can just click protect here. Alright. The problem is here. Here's a demon. And that's why it's a problem. Delta Stream is probably one of the most busted abilities in the game. And this thing gets to use its item, unlike other megas? Disgusting. I don't know if they're gonna go after the top, I don't know which slot they're going after in particular. I don't want peace. I want problems! Always! It's kind of tricky, actually. Bring the Iron Hands, I think. I need Fake Out. They double targeted the Nidoking. Okay. We're gonna Fake Out the Rayquaza. I need to take out that damned, I need to take out the Ray. I brought in the Tapu Lele just to be able to do that. Not really much I can do about that. Ow! Yeah, nice extreme speed. Yeah, that's no extreme speed for you, Shaitan. I got the terrain up. Get out of here, you threat. Yeah, well, Tapu Lele was probably always gonna go down there. Goes the Tauros. all that's left is the gouging fire and the arch. Well, I more or less have my cream of the crop here. Who do I want to take out with an earth power? I'm taking you out with an earth power. Woo! Look at me living. And that's Drake. Get out of here, you dorky ass Chaos Agent. Alright, well, the Rayquaza is gonna go do its thing now. So long, big guy. Yeah, well, you can leave now. I will stand by my decision to be a weirdo chaos agent for no reason, besides the fact that I wanted to be a weirdo. Nyeh. Well, that's Drake. Well, anywho, it's so silly, dude. YouTube. In order to catch these live, as always, twitch.tv/Daharumba, as well as on YouTube itself. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, do all that good YouTube algo shit. You know how it is. Anyway, peace out, YouTube. Yeah, guarantee no bitches. Yeah, no bitches. Alright, well, we have, like, nothing else to do here besides, I don't know, wait! Gotta get the swag. This was huge back in the Game Boy days. This cutscene, huge. Iconic. Absolutely iconic. Absolute cinema. Cinema. There's our boy descending from the high heavens, saying, "No! Stop it!" Yeah, just like smacks them both in the head. Says like, "Hey, no!" And they're just like, "My bad, my bad. We're leaving." And then leaves. And then he just leaves. It's like, alright, I'm gone. See ya. And we stopped the eco-terrorists. Look at us. Everyone's shocked about Drake. I did foil his plan of being a weird chaos agent for some reason. That's fucking right. I am a hero. Huh? I have to talk with all these dumbasses. And then you can get the fuck out of my way. Alright, goodbye, terrorists. They on a Mount Pyre return the orbs, you say? That's Waterfall. Yeah, he uses fairy types instead of water types now. Because, homosexuality or something. Whatever. Because they're fucking gay. Everyone is gay in Hoenn. Everyone's a gay. They're all gay. That means, can I get the orbs? I'm checking if I can get the orbs right now. I need those. Hi. Bye. Hello. Yes, you're giving me those fucking orbs. Yeah, you are. Listen, those orbs are not for anyone in particular. No, Pepe. Of course, we can't get the two who are meant to hold those orbs until after the post game. So we're just gonna hold on to them for now. They're just kind of ours. It's just like mine smile. It's just like mine smile, smile, smile. I'm smiling. Smilers. I didn't want to put you there. Mine smile. Alright, Juan. Last of the fucking leaders. Terrain extender puts up the misty terrain, but I don't really give a shit about that because that only reduces the power of fucking whatever the fuck. And now I know that Galarian Rapidash is fire and fairy in this fucking game. I know that now. They also have a fucking Ursaluna? I already know who I'm going to bring with me. I'm going to bring Mega Toxtricity because I want because you can Volt Switch and you're fast, which is why I want you. I think it's time for this large man. I think it's time for a large man. Large man over there is going to be able to have a great time against pretty much anything Juan has. So we're going to take large man. And probably Metagross, because Metagross has plenty of great targets for Bullet Punch. Defensive pivots now, and something for the Ursaluna. I'm gonna take Glowking. Glowking is fantastic here. What am I gonna beat the Ursaluna with? It's got an Assault Vest. Which is cool. I could burn it. Right? Burning it seems pretty good. Pulse? Could I just burn it and then I can just take it out with whatever water type? These three things are going to be our main sort of big men. Taking out shitters. I do need something for the Galarian Rapidash, though. Nah, you can just take the other Galarian Rapidash. Or like Rapid Ass. What the Glurm? Probably not going to head to Evergrande immediately as well. We're probably going to do a little bit of exploration because there's some stuff we can get with Waterfall once we beat Juan. Some potential goodies we can grab first before we proceed. I really want to use... Oh, I really want to use fucking Mega Empoleon O. Mega Empoleon O could be so much fun to use. But Toxtricity just does the job better. I think. I mean, Mega Empoleon O puts the fucking Galarian Rapidash into a fucking pack. Same with Mega Diancie. Not with Fluttermane. Fluttermane outspeeds it. Ursaluna also outspeeds it. Oh, it doesn't outspeed it, but would live a hit. Oh, would it live a Wave Crash from Mega Empoleon O? Probably not. Could I just use this large man right here? Buzz? Buzz! 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 Buzz, 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 buzz. I think I'd rather use this thing. This thing can 1v1 the Ursaluna pretty easily. You just burn it. It, what? Doesn't give a shit about two of its moves. That being Close Combat and Return. It's immune to those. However, mostly would want to press Headlong Rush. I'm gonna just do this. This works, I think. Buzz, 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 buzz. What the? What's that green Pokemon? Holy shit. Whoa, wicked. Alright. It's time. I don't want to face any of the trainers down there. I really don't. Because I don't care. Alright, we can't be too Papega here. We have to take it somewhat slow. Yeah, Juan's got a fucking goddamn Mega Diancie, which is pretty epic and cool of him to have that. Hello, Juan. We're giving you the choice band. I forgot to give people their items because I'm really good at this game. I want to give Melmetal the assault vest. Which one of you idiots have fucking leftovers? One of you dorks has one. Has leftovers around here somewhere. Big Man Tinglu has leftovers. Big Man Tinglu. That reminds me, I should also give leftovers to Cophagrigus. You can either do that or Colbur Berry, but I don't need a Colbur Berry, I think. I'd rather have leftovers. Does Toxtricity Sludge Bomb... Wait, no, I should have Sludge Wave. I could teach it Sludge Wave. Splooge Wave. It's 5 extra power. Sludge Wave should be able to take out Tapu Fini. Because it's, fully offensive for some reason. Like, that's easy. For Mega Toxtricity to just insta-take out. Yeah. That's a level 100, but... it's a roll, actually. It's a roll that is in my favor. The reason I want to click Sludge Wave is because I think he's just going to insta-switch out into the Ursaluna. And I'm just like, well, I don't want, like, my moves just to do nothing. Because Sludge Wave doesn't get boosted by freaking Punk Rock. Because it's not a sound-based move. With Overdrive, it definitely gets KO'd, right? Overdrive definitely KOs it. I don't know if Boom Burst... I don't think Boom Burst does. No, it doesn't. It does a lot of damage. Doesn't KO it, though. Just go for the roll. Say fuck it. It is in my favor. It's like... Okay, it's a 1 in 16 to not get the fucking roll. It's 6% chance. It's so in my favor. Like, fuck it. I'll just go for the roll. If I don't get the roll, I'm just gonna be like, cool. Alright, I didn't get the roll. Dude, what is with, like, YouTube commenters' obsessions and talking about my attractiveness? That's so weird. Like, it's always psychosexual with these people. Like, why are you commenting on my attractiveness on a video about natural disasters? Like, why? That's so fucking weird. Get a job, get a job. Damn. What if I could? But I can't, because the economy's dog shit. Like, why is it always fucking sexual with these people? Like, I'm not interested. Get away from me. Yeah, and they want to call, like, LGBTQ people fucking groomers. And it's just like, bro. What is wrong with you, dude? Get the fuck out of here, man. It's just kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie. It's really strange and silly. And it's always like people with like bot names, right? They have like, it's like name or some shit and there's like a dash and then it's a random assortment of like characters. I'm pretty sure those are just like bot accounts, right? Like they have to be. LOL BT6VS. This is definitely a fucking bot. There's no fucking way. Who the fuck names their account that? Didn't even count for a review. It has to be a fucking bot. Oh, Hassan's gonna be on Majority Report tomorrow. Nice. We love Majority Report, don't we, folks? But after we beat one, we're gonna be done with the Hoenn leaders. Alright, let's get started. Alright, chat, so yeah, YouTube. YouTube! One. The team. So obviously, gotta incorporate a fairy type leader somewhere, so I might as well just make it one, I guess, instead of whoever else you can throw in here. Makes sense. The only annoying thing on his team is just the Ursaluna, I'll be honest. Everything else is just kind of whatever, I'll be honest. But yeah, we got a bunch of stuff here. Melmetal is really good against basically everything. Same with Mega Toxicity. These two alone are probably going to put a complete clinic on them. But yeah, that's what we got going for us. Anywho, let's get started. Also, I swear to God, if I don't get the Sludge Wave roll, I'm going to be very sad. It is a 1 in 16 I don't get the roll. I mean, I think he's going to switch out to the Ursaluna, so I'm just going for Sludge Wave because I just want to get some kind of damage. But I swear to God, if I don't get the roll, I'm going to be like, well, you know, this game is cringe. So the terrain is up, which means we can't quite put up the, we can't burn the Ursaluna, which is how I want to deal with it. It's very annoying. So I want to burn it. Just give me the roll. That'd be cringe. Thank you. No cringe today, Satan. Let's bring in the Fluttermane. It's Specs. Let's go for Psyshock. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna go for Psyshock here, more than likely. It's what's coming in here for. I'm fine with this. Just come with Metagross. I'll just take my free eats here. You dead? Goodbye, threat. The threat out. He just refuses to bring in the... He's just refusing to just absolutely bring in the, whatever the heck, huh? Okay. I don't really have a problem with this, to be honest. You want to click Flare Blitz, don't you? I don't know how much this is gonna do. A lot. Could be a roll. Kind of wanted to preserve health on this thing. Just teleport out. At least attempt to try to teleport out. Woof! We get the roll. And we live in. See you, nerd. I got regen, I'll be okay probably. Actually, do I have regen on that thing? Yeah, I do. This thing outspeeds me? Really? Oh, I live. How fast is Rapidash in this game? Like, faster than base 111? Really? That's surprising to me. Am I not timid on this thing? Am I not max speed? I have no idea how fast Galarian Wire Rapidash is, I'll be honest. Alright, well, you want to click Earth Power. So we come with a bird. That's also okay. Doesn't really matter. What I really wanted was just to be able to bring this thing in. True, man. Alright, the mist is gone now. Just what I want. Even though you're at +2, you should still die. Alright, there's the Ursaluna finally. He wants to click Headlong Rush here. Alright, it's time for, plan, Cofagrigus in order to beat the Ursaluna. Probably should have just directly switched out instead of, clicking U-turn here, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Alright, we're gonna burn it. That's the plan. I do have Shadow Shield up. I live any hit here. And you don't have guts, you have bulletproof, so you're cooked, son. You're done for. And all that's left is just going to be the Tinkaton. Hello, Gremlin. You're getting burnt. That's a big hammer. I don't think I died to that. Yeah, I don't think so. Alright, well now you're useless. Alright, well, this game's pretty much over, because you're burnt. And you can't do anything now. Let's bring in the big man. Delicious. Delicious. Nice super effective hit, idiot. Alright, get out. That's one. That's the last of the Hoenn gym leaders. Bro's talking shit. You lost. What do you mean? Alright, see you, nerd. Oh, you're the one who gives the Grimite. Moonblast? Moonblast. That's all I care about is Moonblast. Flormain can finally have something that's not Dazzling Gleam. Yeah, well, 84 before it goes up to 85. That's Victory Road right there. That's pretty much all that's left, right? It's just Volkner and rival fights, and then it will be the Elite Four. Lovely, very good. Well, anywho, YouTube. You know, Kashi's live as always, both on twitch.tv/JavaRumba and on YouTube itself. You know where it is. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, do all that good YouTube algo shit. Anyway, peace out, YouTube. Nice. Women. Yeah, all the gym trainers for one are just women. Fucking women. Am I right, fellas? Alright, we got some stuff we need to clean up first. Alright. What the hell is over here, huh? What the hell is this? Oh yes, the new emote. What the fuck is a grassy slab? Yo! Absolute cinema. You're cooking, Zane. Yeah, that's going in. Yeah, that's going in. Cinema. You're actually, you're sick with it, dude? Cinema. Yeah, it's going in. Yeah, that's going in. Yep, yeah, I think that's going in. That's funny. Yeah, we're cinema pilled. Should be emotes. Alright, goodbye, Slug. It's over for you, Slug. Gahoru Cinema. It's in. We have the cinema emote. Cinema. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. We are so Barack. Oh, did this fucking loser actually show up in YouTube chat? Hey, buddy, your mom asked me to remind you that you got to get a job soon, man. Hey, she's already been saying that, you fucking loser. What the fuck you mean? She's already been doing that. I don't need your fucking stupid, goofy-looking head ass to come in and be fucking annoying about it. Hello, Reggie Drago. Hey, big guy. Kind of forgot that you were there, but hey, we have you now. I don't know. All I have to say is that I've been talking with this guy's dad basically, and he's very concerned about the fact that you're just like a complete dumbass coming into like tiny YouTube channels to be like stupid and annoying. It's Galarian Articuno that's here. Okay, well, I'll take it, I guess. I don't even remember what this idiot was like mad at me about. Oh yeah, the dude posted a comment saying that I'm just unattractive in a fucking video. Listen, you know what? Maybe that dumbass will come back. I'm gonna reply to it right now. Bro, why are you commenting my looks, bro. I'm not gonna sleep with you. Like, I don't know why, like, people use attractiveness as, like, a pejorative. I don't understand. Like, I never claimed to be, like, attractive or whatever. It's really strange. Like, why are you saying this as a pejorative? It's very weird. Alright, what's up here? I know that you can get Jirachi here, I think. Yeah, so we can get this little asshole. Alright. Little asshole acquired. Alright, we've acquired a little asshole. Yeah, like, I don't understand using employment as an insult either. Like, it's... Brother, like, everyone's fucking goddamn jobs are currently dog shit right now. It's bad everywhere. Very strange to be using that as a pejorative. Also, my mom's already been complaining about, like, my hair and shit like that. I just don't really care, I'll be honest. I would like to get my hands on an Aerodactyl. You can also get Cyclozar. Who the fuck is this asshole? Anything of interest over here? A peepee up? Oh. I'll take it, I guess. Sure, why not? Yeah, this is where all the dragons are. All the dragons are here. And each form of Oricorio is also in this place as well. It's okay, I guess. Well, I think we're done with Meteor Falls. I don't think we can proceed any further, I think. Nothing else we can really obtain at the moment. There is the Steven fight. That's like the only other thing that's left is the Steven fight. But that is post-game. And that is where you actually get a TM for Dark Hole. Yes, this game has a TM for fucking Dark Hole. That broken-ass fucking dark move, which is incredibly overpowered. So, we're pretty much done here. Now, it's pretty sick, whereas in Radical Red, you can only get it post-game. Dark types. Hydreigon, like a bunch of dark types. Darkrai can learn it, which is nuts already, but that's in its level up set. Hydreigon gets it. Iron Jugulus gets it. All the good special attackers, I believe, can learn it. Yveltal can learn it. Maybe this asshole can learn it, which is good. You just go special coupon bound. Maybe this asshole can learn it. You can definitely learn it. I don't know if... I don't think Dragapult gets it. No fucking shot. Maybe this gets Dark Hole. There's a couple of good candidates that get good Dark Hole. Man, Darkrai already has Dark Hole. Like, this move is way too good, man. Like, 100 special move that has a chance to sleep is insane. Like, it's just a disgusting attack. It's so good. Disgustingly good. It's one of those situations where I'm just like, man, they were cooking with this one. They were cooking with this one. This is a move and a half. I don't think you get Dark Hole. You know, we want to talk about disgusting. This thing with Dark Hole. I can only base it off of... because I don't think it learns Dark Hole in Radical Red. I don't think so. No, I know it does learn Dark Hole in Radical Red. Yeah, it does get Dark Hole. Haha! Nice, this one does get Dark Hole. Yeah, this thing with Dark Hole. You're telling me, like, Dark Pulse can already flinch, right? Which is effectively about as strong as Sleep, because it just turns you off for a turn. It's just that Sleep is better in comparison to Flinch, because, there's a chance that it stays asleep, or that the target stays asleep for, like, 3 turns. Yeah, this thing does get Dark Hole. Broken. It's just broken. It's just broken. What other waterfalls can I go up on? Oh, I could probably go get the Galarian Moltres now. That's another Pokemon that can probably learn Dark Hole, is Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres definitely gets Dark Hole. Alright, nice. Alright, nice. The asshole. You know, I'm picking up the Everstone first before fucking even looking at you, bitch. Okay, we're getting out of here. Now we just have to find the Roadrunner, right? I think I know where it is. Yeah, there's a lot of wacky stuff here. Hondoos. Those are EV reduction berries. Nuggy. Yep. Figured to be here, you little Roadrunner asshole. It's the only other place you could be. You could be at. Yoink. The only area that's really left to explore is just over here, pretty much. I'm gonna just do complete random guesswork and just keep constantly flying back. Time to play Ride the Currents. I believe this is a dead end. A Volcanion in the wild. Interesting. Why do you have like someone didn't get any boosts or trainings at all? Yeah, and this is a complete wash. So just headed to up top is a complete fucking wash. And we're back at Moss Deep. There's a battle tent here? What the fuck? Why is there a battle tent here? Oh, this is a mistake. Oh, we're good. No, I'm getting filtered upwards. I don't want to be filtered upwards. You bastard. Bastard! Alright, well, fly back. I've played these games already before. Hello. Die. Die. Alright, well. It's a nice meme. I think this is normally where a dive spot would be, but it's not a dive spot, which is interesting. That grass is what I want. So we stick to the bottom instead. It's actually something I can't hit. Curses. Been defeated. Defeated in the marketplace of ideas. Aw, bastard, I barely missed the fucking dive spot. Ugh, that's a mistake. Anything of interest here? Two jabronis that are probably perma-stuck? Like, seriously, how the fuck do you get to those guys? Home map. Back here we go. Alright, stick to the bottom. Stick to the bottom. Stick to the bottom. Oh, you bastard. Oh, you're a little bastard boy. You're a little bastard boy, game. 1 fucking pixel, bro? Okay, nice meme. Not 1 pixel, it's like 1 fucking goddamn tile. That's right, you're getting avoided this time. Alright, that's the grass. We can grab Volcanion here now. Nice. Drink. I want to make a save state here. I want to go in the dive spot. Ooh, I just missed it. Okay, I want to... It's probably here? Ooh, I think I just barely missed it again. Try this pixel, or this tile. Nice. Alright. So this is normally how you would get to... Oh, I know it's here. It's Regigigas. Okay, I know it's here. I know it's here. So normally this is where you would go in order to get the Regis. Or unlock the ability to get the Regis once you figure out the Braille puzzle. You read the Braille, you do the puzzle, you come back, and then, for example, you come back here, you unlock the Regis, and then you can go catch the Regis in the 3 different locations. Well, since this game puts in all 5 of them, in some different locations, Regigigas also comes. So... that is Regigigas. Regigigas is where in the cave where you would normally unlock all the other Regis. Okay. Problem with Regigigas though is that it kind of sucks. All right, well, let's just get to Evergrande. I think this is just a surrounded shithole. 7 out of 10. This game has way too much water, guys. Alright, now we're at Evergrande. Hi, Volkner. And hello, back-to-back rival fight. Hello, Magirna. I do not want to go close to them at all. Nope, not interested. I will take a Magirna though. Thank you. Alright, I'm leaving. So yeah, there's Volkner. He's just chilling, probably being depressed or something. I don't know. Alright, goodbye, Scott. Thanks, man. Thanks, Scott. Very cool. We got some new goodies as well. It's pretty decent little goodies. Stuff that I can't really complain about. Nice. Yeah, I'd say we probably have about 2 days left of this game. It's what? Oh, good crack. Good crack of the ankle. It's what? It's just Victory Road, a bunch of rival fights, and yeah, Victory Road, bunch of rival fights, and the Elite Four then. That's really about it. Huh. Well, it's time to yap, I suppose. Tomorrow will be what? Volkner, rival fights, Victory Road. That's all. That's then after that, it's just going to be after that, it's gonna be the Elite Four. And racking my brain on how to beat that. That'll be fun. Alright. We're gonna grab some water, go head to the bathroom, do all that stuff, blah 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 blah. that's actually a good point. I should put my fucking cream and shit on. Haha. Fool. Who? Esteban Beneblo? What, homie? What, fucking Esteban Benebli? Beneblo? Beneblo head? That Krungus, that cringe loser? Alright, what do we... This dumbass fucking reply. Common leftist homophobic comment, using gay as an insult? Brother. You are the one that's that, brother, you are the one It's bringing attractiveness into this, like, into this, like, hello? Brother, you're the one who's bringing attractiveness into this, hello? Yeah, like, again, also, if you are the paragon of attractiveness, post pics. I stream with cam on. I don't care how I look. Cam on. I don't care how I look. Cope about it. Alright. Everyone just make fun of this stupid fucking asshole. Just make fun of him. Like, dude just comes in randomly onto a fucking goddamn, what, YouTube video about, the Texas floods, and then just complains about my attractiveness. And it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Bro, now you're getting mad that I'm, like, bringing it up and that I'm being homophobic as a pejorative? Buddy, you're the one who came into the fucking comment section to say I'm unattractive. Like, the fuck are you talking about? Well, like, that's so fucking goofy, man. It's fucking weird, bro. Very weird. Very strange individuals on YouTube. Yeah, very mouth-breathing behavior, I'll be honest. In fact, extreme mouth-breathing fucking behavior. It's just very strange. Hey, listen, dude. It gets free interaction on the video. Fuck it. I'm just curious. Dude posts nothing. Okay. Just some dumbass. Kind of weird. Kind of strange. Bum, bum, bum. I keep asking myself this fucking question, and that's, I wonder if I should go get, like, a fucking facial, you know? For a very long time, I just want to get, like, a facial just to, like, completely clean my nose of shit that's on it. It's been there for, like, years. I don't know, does anyone know, like, that, like, charcoal mask thing that people put on the bridge of their fucking nose and everything, right? And also on the top of their heads, and then they just peel it off, and it takes out, like, all the fucking shit that's covering the pores. Is that like an actual, like, treatment or some shit? Or is that, like, just, like, a meme? Like, one of those like clickbait sort of like satisfactory ad sort of things in order to make you buy like a potentially defective product or some shit? Is it like one of those things? Yeah, because generally speaking, it used to be what you would just like go in for like what, and the person would have like the scalpel and just like would pop the shit out basically, and that's how it was done before. But I'm assuming there's probably like better like technological solutions for that. Just makes it easier. Get you a nice turmeric face mask. Could do that. You know, the nice thing about the things that we're talking about right now, or going to be talked about on this stream, is that they were really easy to find. Haha! Don't have like 50 million things I need to open. That's another thing I'm also like thinking about as well. You know how like it was like in Jacksepticeye's video, you know, that we looked about Stop Killing Games. I wonder if I'm having algorithmic issues due to the fact that I'm also putting video game stuff in with the regular sort of content that I put on the fucking YouTube channel. Is that even a thing? That seems really strange. I don't know why YouTube does that. Like, why would they do that? I don't know if it's like big enough to be 2 channels. I've put enough stuff for like 2 fucking channels. But the problem is like I'm not always if I have another fucking channel for just posting like all the Pokemon shit on there, I'm not gonna be like consistently fucking posting on there. Like probably not. And I've thought about this, and I might do it. I've thought about if I've wanted to just like get rid of all the Pokemon shit that I have on the main channel and just put it on like a gaming channel. Just like delete it all. I already have them all in playlists and stuff. No, I already do that. But like I don't think that really like I don't think it matters. It makes like no difference. Because for like whatever reason, people a way for people also attack me as a pejorative for some reason is just like, oh, you have like this amount of subs, but like over 600 videos. It's time to wrap it up, buddy. It's just like it's a very strange line of attack from people. Like why? Yeah, well they don't make anything, and it's just like. Like that's like an like for example, Majority Report, they upload like 5 or 6 times a day, right? They film their segment, so they do their live stream, they do their radio show and a live stream, and then they cut it up into segments and put it on the YouTube channel. That's what they do. Yeah, they have a whole team. I'm one guy, and I'm doing something similar that they're doing. Not on the same scale, obviously, but like I still post like at least like 3 to 2 videos a day, basically. Depending on how much shit I talk about in the stream. It's strange. I do be streaming quite often on here. It's just like because I'm like trying to like think about and break down the logic of like detractors, and I just get like confused. And I'm just like, why are you saying these things? Like I don't understand. Like what is the logic that we're operating with here? I don't get it. Would I also not mind getting a haircut? Pretty much, yeah. They're just like, I don't know, they're like jealous or something. It's very strange. The OG birds are also roamers. Okay. Oh, wait, it's Lugia that's in there, not Regigigas. Huh. Lugia's in there, it's not Regigigas. Weird. Yeah, Luigi. Yeah, Luigi Mangione's there. Oh, Regigigas is in Victory Road. Near the exit? I guess I'll fucking grab it, even though I don't fucking need it. Manaphy's a 1% encounter rate from a Super Rod. Okay. Roamers. Lots of fucking roamers. Okay. Everything else is just fucking roamers. Okay, cool. I don't think I give a shit about any of those guys. Strange, though. Just strange. Strange behaviors all around. Things that make me just ask questions of people, you know? Just like, why are you behaving in the ways that you're behaving, you know? Hisui. Hisui and Quillfish increase shiny chance. Well, looks like I know what I might be trying to find in this event then. See with Hisui and Voltor, but I don't need a Hisui and Voltor, but I only care about Quillfish. Very cool, very good, folks. Let me tell you. Trying to find any of the funny conservative responses to the Zohran Mamdani take it down stat. Because like conservatives found a tweet from Zohran Mamdani of him saying, hey, fuck Christopher Columbus, and all of them are like having a fucking conniption about it. It's really funny because it's a lot of people who, well, I don't know, just got some stupid ass shit, to be honest. No, you can't go after Christopher Columbus. He helped discover the Americas. You know, he like ended up in like the Caribbean first and killed a bunch of people and stuff. It's like, yeah, whatever. That's true. He did basically genocide the Taino people, but then again, you know, a lot of conservatives are I mean, conservatives are okay with genocide, so. Very cool. Very good, folks. Wait, there was another Epstein file drop that was obviously never gonna happen because it was never gonna fucking happen. Like, I find it really funny that conservatives are trying to... It's all like a distraction fucking meme. Because just like, yeah, they were definitely going to drop the Epstein files stuff on Trump. Even though he's like definitely in the Epstein files. Yeah, dude, they were definitely going to drop something on... it's like, whatever, dude. Epstein, let me tell you, folks. He was a guy. He was a dude, folks, let me tell you. Epstein, he was a guy. He existed. Not finding anything. Unfortunate. Whatever. Not finding anything. I don't care anymore. Ooh. Excuse me. Alright. Zohran Mamdani being based. Talked about taking down a statue of Christopher Columbus. Based. We love that for him. Very cool. Very good. Obviously, all the dumbass conservatives are, I don't know, like, triggered as always because they're okay with, like, murdering indigenous peoples. They're okay with fucking goddamn genocide. Because, listen, what did Christopher Columbus do when he gallivanted about in the Caribbean? He killed a bunch of people. So, obviously, I guess this is like rather innocuous sort of tweet is just going to get more attention now because conservatives don't really care about anything besides, I don't know, just killing people, suffering. Yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say here besides they're just okay with suffering. They want you to die. They're okay with people dying if it's for like the express purpose of like maintaining control and like systems of hierarchy. That's pretty much all there really is to say about this because again, like if you know anything about the historical counting of like Columbus, he's not a good dude and isn't someone who should be celebrated. I mean, you could just take the statue and just put it in a museum. You can do that. That's fine. But again, right wingers, they don't care about like actual issues whatsoever. For them, it's all about like culture war nonsense and talking points like that. Because if they ever engage with like any actual issues, they're gonna get like blown out of the water constantly because their position is just like you will own nothing and the rich will own everything, and that's pretty much all there really is to say about this. Right wingers hate you and they want you dead. That's really about it. Man, I'm so phlegmy right now, dude. I hate how phlegmy I am right now. It's the worst. I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini would make memes on Facebook about whatever the fuck. What? I can't believe that people are sharing Boy Meets Mini's memes. From a cringe lord like him? What the? Alright. What we got here? I guess corporations have begun to take notice as to the Stop Killing Games initiative being done by Ross Scott. Is it Scott Ross? I'm really bad with names. The dude named what? Accursed Farms. I think Scott Ross. Whatever. It's this guy, right? He's the one who put the initiative together. Based initiative, I wholeheartedly agree with it. Pretty much saying that, like, DRM is, like, bullshit. If people want to be able to sort of, support the game, the community for the game or whatever after the sunsetting of the game no longer being supported by developers, independent fans and like developers should be able to do that if they want to, right? Which is a position I wholeheartedly agree with, right? Like, emulation and stuff like that's exactly what that is, emulation of like old video games, which would be lost media otherwise, as I believe that. I always forget, is it Scott Ross or Ross Scott? I think it's Scott Ross, right? Scott Ross, So, we got all the main sort of culprits. We got Nintendo, Activision Blizzard, Microsoft, Sega Riot Games, Ubisoft coming out against this. Should be expected that they'd be against this. But, what's the big man himself got to say? Industry's lobbying against Stop Killing Games. Because, again, all right, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The biggest problem, of course, with, like, a lot of the right-wingers that are supporting this initiative, this was to be expected. The problem is the corporations, right? Like, because a lot of them will, generally speaking, like, complain about... Not that I'm saying that Accursed Farms here is. I don't think that really matters in particular. The problem is that, like, a lot of, like, the culture war talking points and bullshit like that is always going to, like, distract away from, like, actual, like, main problems like this, saying, like, yeah, I think it's bullshit that, corporations have the ability to just kill games when they have to sunset them and don't have to give the code at all over to, like, independent fans or developers or something. Like, yeah, this isn't a result of fucking wokeness or whatever. That's a bunch of poppycock, a bunch of hooey, a bunch of nonsense. It's a problem with the fact that companies, all they fundamentally care about is not providing a fucking service or a good. They just want to make as much money as possible. That's literally the main issue here. Which is why I'm for this initiative. I'm for Stop Killing Games. I think Stop Killing Games is a great idea, great initiative. I so full-heartedly support emulated games, I have no problem with, like, games being emulated and stuff. It makes it such that there isn't lost media and lost projects, that were worked on. So I'm in full support of this initiative. It's very, very good. So, what do we got here from Accursed Farms, aka Scott Ross? I'm really bad with names, I'm sorry.
Hello! I have a development on the Stop Killing Games campaign.
True.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, it's recently crossed the 1 million signature mark, though I'm assuming nothing. In fact, I've been given stats that there was a previous initiative that had 250,000 of its signatures invalidated, and I could see us setting a new record there. So keep signing, that's the first thing. Second,
True.
For anyone who doubts how powerful this initiative can be, we now have a lobbying group issuing a statement about us. Do you think if we had no chance of changing things, we would have lobbyists coming out against us? Well, a big one is Video Games Europe. Best I can tell, this is essentially the voice of the industry.
Oh, yeah, we just read an article last time about these guys. Yeah, their, like, excuses are basically, like, it's like the exact same shit Pirate Software was also throwing out there. Just like, oh, it stymies developer creativity. It's just like, yeah, man, because developers have a lot of choice in order to be able to fucking have decision-making ability in terms of the direction a game can fucking have. Yeah, in like a AAA game studio. Yeah, totally, man. Of course. And what was like some of the other shit they were saying? Like, oh, we may have a problem with like content moderation, and it may hold the license holder sort of liable if there's anything bad that happens. It's just like, what are you talking about? Like, okay, because I already said in the hypothetical scenario, it's just like, okay, hypothetically speaking, let's say what happens, or like what Video Games Europe is saying is true. Okay, it goes to fucking court. You know what the company can just argue? They say like, listen, we handed over control to a private server that these guys are fucking holding, okay? You have like a problem with this, go talk with them. We have no responsibility. We're completely hands off on this. And that's just like, boom, shebang, shabong. You can just get rid of the case. The case would be immediately fucking dismissed. Now it would be a complete shit show fest, but legally, potentially, for those independent developers. Sure, that's a completely different question, obviously. But the idea that, like, the company that would be held liable for any potential bad conduct or content that happens in the game when it's, like, being independently and privately sort of, like, worked on in, like, servers in, like, a community of fans who want to keep the game going it's ludicrous. It's silly, and very, very weak, pathetic excuses. I assume that Accursed Farms here is probably going to mention those particular arguments. That's my guess, at least. But yeah, it's what Video Games Europe is essentially saying is just it's stupid. It's ridiculous.
So of course they're going to be against any proposal we make, because they're ideologically opposed to us being able to retain our games. I really can't emphasize that enough. Even if every developer in the world was for our proposal, the industry would still be against it, because it's not developers who make most of the big decisions. It's shareholders and companies worth billions. So with that in mind, let's go through this statement quick by our opposition here. We appreciate the passion of our community. However, the decision to discontinue online services is multifaceted, never taken lightly, and must be an option for companies when an online experience is no longer commercially viable. Well, I have great news for you, Video Games Europe. We are in no way seeking to impede your right to discontinue online services. We are saying you can shut down your...
Yep. It's the exact same argument fucking Pirate Software is making. Quite literally. It's just not doing that. Like, it's not saying, like, discontinue online fucking services, period, end of story. It's essentially, it's arguing, saying that if independent developers or people who want to continue, like, maintaining the game or whatever, they should have the ability to be able to do that. Like, talk with the company or, like, lobby with the company to have, like, a deal or something. Or for companies to be more transparent, generally speaking, about their sunsetting sort of, like, programs and ideas, right? So saying, like, they should be very, very clear for when a game is going to sunset, right? That's what Stop Killing Games is essentially arguing.
Your games whenever you want. But you have to do that responsibly, in a way that doesn't take back rights you already sold to customers. Yeah, some people forget that companies have to sell you some rights to begin with to even play the games. We understand that it can be disappointing for players, but when it does happen, the industry ensures that players are given fair notice of the prospective changes in compliance with local consumer protection laws. Okay, well first off, I'm not a lawyer, but this guy at WBS Legal is, and he thinks Ubisoft probably broke the law when it shut down the crew, giving players only 3 months notice, when they should have given more like 2 years. Yeah, you know, Ubisoft, one of your members.
Well, that's a potential case right there, you know? It's all a little sussy. Like, because we saw it in the, I think it was in the list. I think it was like the Charlie video that was referring to Cursed Farms, of course, saying like, yeah, like the European Commission potentially thinks like, yeah, there could be something here with what Ubisoft did. They might have potentially broken the law here. Yeah, it's not looking good for Ubisoft. So
So this is probably a false statement out the gate. But you know what? That's not even our issue. So I don't even care how much notice you're giving to players. What I care about is that you're not depriving them of their purchase. Private servers are not always a viable alternative option for players, as the protections we put in place to secure players' data, remove illegal content, and combat unsafe community content would not exist and would leave rights holders liable. Okay, several things here. We have to break it down. Private servers are not always a viable alternative option. So they're saying for a new game concept, which hasn't even been made yet, sometimes there is no way they can add an end-of-life plan to the design? Their programmers' fingers simply can't type that? I would love to see them say this to a...
Yeah, that's basically a red herring, right? Like, that's also completely irrelevant to the point, right? What Stop Killing Games is saying is that, like, can you, like, you can provide better notice, which is already something that is in, like, the law, generally speaking, in terms of, like, consumer protections, but Ubisoft more than likely broke that. So, that's cool. That's great. We love Ubisoft breaking the law.
Room full of developers. I think the industry would be surprised how viable it was if the law said you can't take back the limited license rights you already sold to the customer. And this next part. Yes, this part is true. Players will absolutely be getting a rougher and more wild experience playing an unsupported game. I happen to know a thing or two about that. So yes, that's the nature of anything unsupported. That's not a good excuse to destroy what people paid for. It just means they're on their own. But then they say this part. It would leave rights holders liable. Okay, I am not a lawyer, but my first impression is this strikes me as very not true. The way I read this, they're saying they are incapable of writing an end-user license agreement that absolves them of all liability on shutdown. Like planning for end of life, apparently it's just not possible. So
yeah, which is also, I mean, that's not the point that I brought up, you know. I decided to go with, like, the sort of hypothetical scenario. It's like, okay, let's say that they do, you know. It's like, you're telling me that what, the corporation can't just inherently dismiss it and say that we're not supporting this game anymore. We are no longer liable for anything. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, pretty much nail on the fucking head. Like, you're telling me that the company is supposed to be held forever liable for a game that they're no longer supporting, that they have sunsetted. You're essentially, like, prescribing the straw man onto yourself. It's very, very strange. It's just like that's not what anyone is arguing here. This is complete nonsense.
Me, as a layman, I'm wondering what's the problem with adding a line like this to the EULA. Once our company ends support, we are not responsible for any and all issues that arise from users continuing to operate the game in a discontinued and unsupported state, and absolve ourselves from any and all liability pertaining to its continued use. There's probably a better way to say that, but you get the idea. They seem to be...
Well, it's because, you know, okay, this is where I have to come in here. Just, you know, listen, I'm gonna help you out here. I don't remember his fucking name. I'm so bad with this. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm just gonna say Cursed Farms. The thing is that companies want to hold their licensing rights for as long as possible. It's the same shit as like what happened with Mickey Mouse and Disney, right? When Mickey Mouse was supposed to go public domain, was it Steamboat Willie? They just kind of said no forehead, fought a bunch of fucking lawsuits, and basically tried to hold on the licensing of Steamboat Willie for as long as possible to try to destroy the public domain. And it's Ross Scott. Okay, Bro has two first names as a name, and I get them mixed up. Okay, got it. Ross Scott. Thank you, Chainsaw. Yeah, I have tangent aside. The thing is what corporations want to do is they want to hold on to their licensing of their characters, products, whatever. This is all like stupid dumbass, like, fucking, rights holder IP law bullshit, okay? IP law is dog shit. I hate IP law. But, quite literally, the purpose of this is they want to hold the licensing of these games for as long as possible so they can do nostalgia bait shit. This is what Nintendo does all the fucking time, right? Like, they want to constantly resell their really, really good games for premium marked up fucking prices all the fucking time because they know that their fans are just going to buy it. They know I'm going to buy it because they're really good games. Damn you. I hate IP law. Curse you, IP law. But yeah, like, that's why the problem is the profit motive. It is corporations wanting to make as much money as possible at all times. They always just want to make more and more and more money. That's just a capitalism issue right there.
Saying a line like that is just impossible to write. See, I'm puzzled by this because as a consumer, I've seen all kinds of things have support end, but I still get to keep them? I'm just on my own. That's a very common thing. I think we need a lawyer to weigh in on this. So if we take them at their word, it sounds like they're concerned about protecting customers. Okay, but their solution is customers must have their purchase taken away from them forever. We have to destroy our customers' games to protect them from themselves. I normally don't like to use this phrase because it's thrown around too much, but this is beyond nanny state. This is more like Terminator state. Take a game like Star Siege Tribes. For all purposes, that's a game intended to run online with other people, or over a network at the very least. It was discontinued in 2004, but you can still run it today, online. This lobbying group seems to be saying that's a liability. No one should have been permitted to run this game after 2004, and it's a mistake that this game is still...
Yeah, this is a good point, yeah, because you can just run peer-to-peer servers. You can do that, right? Again, Star Wars Battlefront 2. I can, like, if I wanted to host a game, play with some buddies of mine, I could just do that, right? Like, it's not illegal. Nothing could go wrong. I mean, for example, like, again, if, like, a cheater decides to come in and, I don't know, has, like, homing shots on, like, their blaster rifle or some shit, and can, like, I don't know, walk through walls and walk over, like, ledges and shit like that, and move, like, super fast. But, like, again, it's just like, alright, I guess I'm leaving and I'm going to have to make, like, a new server or something. And that guy's just, like, a stupid nuisance and annoyance. Like, okay, whatever. You also have to assume, it's like, why the fuck would someone even want to do that? Like, why? It seems very strange. Like, maybe it'll just have, like, the experience of that power for, like, a game or two, and then just, like, fuck off and then move on with their lives. It's one of those things where it's just, like, it's very silly and very strange, you know?
Allowed to exist because of the risk to consumers. We would have destroyed every last copy of it back in 2004 if we could have. We couldn't then, but we can now. So that's our business model with new games. See, I take that as extremely hostile to both customers and preservation. So my question is, why can't we allow customers to continue playing the game, but adding a splash screen saying something like, warning, this game is no longer supported. Running it could represent a risk to your security. We assume no liability for what may happen as a result. That strikes me as a reasonable compromise. In addition, many titles are designed from the ground up to be online only. In effect, these proposals would curtail developer choice by making these video games prohibitively expensive to create. Okay, this part is a little more complicated because every game is...
Yeah, I already mentioned this fucking goddamn argument before. Yeah, because fucking developers have a ton of choice when they're developing their games for AAA game studio companies. Like, yeah, dude, because people already have choice that they can fucking make in terms of, like, decisions. Damn, I didn't know that like, Ubisoft, Activision Blizzard, EA, you know, all of these fucking corporations, I didn't know that there were workplace democracies. I didn't know they democratized the workplace. That's fantastic. That's great. You know, like a step forward towards, like, a market socialist economy and further transition into socialism. Let's fucking go, dude. Fantastic. Excellent. We love worker choice, you know, or more worker sort of choice and autonomy. Yeah, workplace democracy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Didn't know that they were all workplace democracies. There is no developer choice that currently exists in these fucking companies. Like, this is just, this is, like, stupid. The fact that they're bringing this up is just, like, it's a red herring. Like, it just doesn't apply.
Is different. But when I see this, I'm thinking of auto manufacturers saying how they can't afford to make cars if they're required to include seatbelts in them. Because no one ever made that argument back in the 60s. However, I think there is a big piece being left out of the discussion here. A whole lot of the complexity and cost of making an online game comes from all the microservices involved. And guess what? We don't need the vast majority of them for an end-of-life build. I talked to a developer, and he gave me a big list of examples we don't need. Payment processing, anti-cheat, analytics, voice chat. There's so much here that's not necessary to just run the damn...
Wow, yeah, this is actually a really, really, really good point, right? Yeah, microtransactions, yeah, they are a big sort of sink into the cost of like a development of a game, right? Like, because again, like with live service games, the real purpose of a live service game is to be like a perpetual money machine. That's like the idea behind the design that, you know, Ubisoft proposed. So, you know, thank you, Ubisoft, for being a direct contributor to this exact problem. Like, yeah, if these no longer exist, that's fine. Who cares, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if anything, this would save the company money because they don't have to support this stuff anymore. So, like, why are you complaining about, like, developer choice and being prohibitively cost, or having, like, cost prohibitations for the corporation? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's very, very strange. Oh, yeah, exactly, Chain. So, yeah, devs make more and games can be cheaper. Exactly, yeah. Like, if devs want to do these inherent integrations into the game after getting, like, access to the code of the game, and they start hosting on their own servers, they can do that if they want. They have the choice to do that if they want to, right? They can make those integrations. They don't have to. They don't want to. It's all about the choice. But again, when it comes to the industry in general, the main thing here is all about systems of hierarchy and control. They want to make sure that they are the ones on top in order to be able to make as much profit as possible, right? So they can, like, resell all these games and do, like, nostalgia pandering with them, for example, right? With, like, remasters and all this other shit, right? That's the point of this. As to really why they don't, like, stop killing games, right? That the companies do not like this shit. That is the main fucking problem. They want to be able to maintain the rights over these games for as long as possible, so then they can remaster it, repackage it, and resell it to you at a later date to do the whole nostalgia bait thing. It's, you know, it's one of those things. Again, like, it's just an Ouroboros that's just going to keep eating itself in order to be able to just make more and more profit, as much profit as possible at all times.
Game. In fact, I have a quote from him. We are not asking for 98% of the game. We're asking for the 2% of game logic from main gameplay functionality. Except even that's not true. We're not asking for that directly. We're asking for the same rights we already bought for the game, which they can probably fulfill by providing that 2%.
Look at all this stuff, dude.
So let's cut out all this extra crap before we start talking about how cost prohibitive an end-of-life build is. Now, that does mean designing games so it's easier to turn off all these microservices is a very good idea. And that also means it may not be practical for some existing games. Good thing for the industry, the initiative is not retroactive. And most publishers already have a local test environment for a game, which I'm told is bad practice not to. That's half the battle right there.
That's true, right? Yeah, you have to have local test environments, right? That's a really, really good point. You can just use that local test environment build and just give that to, like, indie developers if you want to, right? Just, like, put on, like, you know... I mean, this may sound, like, ridiculous. You just put on, like, fucking GitHub or some shit. Yeah, that's just a random example, right? Like, throw it up on GitHub. Fuck it. You know, you throw up those local test environment sort of places that you use in order to test the game without all the, you know, microservices in there, because you could do that. Because in the test environments, you're not going to have micro fucking services in there. You're not going to have that. You just got to make sure you don't have any of the cheat engines on that you use to test things within the game, and boom, shebang, shabong. Easy.
So this statement? No, this one is meme level. I do not believe the industry when they say this is so expensive it's not possible. Especially when it's been done many times before.
True.
This is seatbelts all over again. And how about getting input from big European developers not on this list, like CD Projekt or Larian? We welcome the opportunity to discuss our position with policymakers. Yeah, I bet you do. And those who have led the European Citizens Initiative in the coming months. Well, they'll probably be glad to know that's actually not me. I am not the official spokesperson for the initiative. I'm ineligible. I'm more of a super promoter. The reason I'm making this video is I want to inoculate people against these bad faith arguments. Remember, everything they're saying here is their excuse for taking away your purchase with no time frame given and destroying it forever. Is this a good enough excuse for you? It isn't for me, especially when they're lying. I think that's worth taking into consideration.
It's not even that they're lying. It's just, like, even if they were, because he's correct here. You know, Ross is correct here. They are lying. The arguments are just bad. Like, they're just bad arguments. Like, quite literally. Very, very easily debunkable arguments. Because it's just not what even they're proposing, right? Like I said with the liability sort of problem, it's just like, okay, like, if that was, like, a hypothetical case where someone were to sue the company to hold them liable when their product has been sunsetted, it's just like, okay, they can just argue in court, say, like, we no longer support this. We've sunsetted this. Like, why are you coming at this with this lawsuit? Can we just dismiss this case? And the judge would dismiss the case. That's what would happen. So it's just like, why are you complaining about this? Like, it's very, very strange, you know?
I know they also released a longer statement. But do I really need to go over this? Why providing continued support do not work for all games? Oh, we're back to the classics.
Do not
so they
work.
don't even understand what we're asking for. You know what? I'm gonna let them figure it out. I played that song enough already. If I have to explain that a 500th time, I want it to at least be to someone who's not being paid to undermine us. So they're going to be lobbying politicians with this, I'm assuming, but we can try and do our part too. If you're super motivated on this and are part of the EU, you can contact a member of European Parliament and tell them about the initiative. I've been told you should target ones in the Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee. There's a link in the...
Well, I could technically speaking do this, right? I'm a European citizen. I was able to sign up for the petition. I signed up for it, you know? I was technically able to do that. You know, I have my Romanian passport and everything. I did it. You know, I did the thing. I did the meme. I did my part. You know, I helped, you know, before it was too late. You know, before I knew, like, too much about it. But yeah, you know, I could just be like, hey, you know, yes, I am also a Canadian citizen. I am both a Romanian and a Canadian citizen. Yeah, Romania has birthright citizenship. So, yeah, I could do this if I wanted to. You know, that's very, very cool.
In the description below. Just pick one for your country, and I'm just relaying this next part. I have no idea myself.
I wonder if there's one for Romania.
You should maybe avoid PFE and ESN, as they're not known for doing things, is how it was explained to me. And the last bit of advice is a lot of email to them gets buried. So if you want something that stands out, this title was suggested to me. 1 million plus sign European Citizens Initiative. Stop destroying video games. Help us protect gamers' consumer rights. And that's all I have on Video Games Europe lobbying against us. For now, I guess. A quick update to the last video.
Yeah, we'll see.
I didn't mean to scare the hell out of everyone signing. If you made an honest mistake filling out the initiative, it won't count, but don't worry. I don't think you'll be in any trouble with the law. Just don't spoof fake signatures. That's the part that's a big deal. Also, don't sign if you're not voting age. I've said this before, but it's been a while. There's always 50 things to cover. Finally, if you have made a mistake, you might be able to get it corrected. Get in touch with the official spokesperson, Daniel. His info is on the initiative page. All right, that's it. Keep signing.
Based. And yes, you should keep signing this. I'll probably post the link to it below for the initiative because, yeah, it's just a good initiative, right? And Ross has done everything possible in order to, you know, push it through the necessary legal means in order to, you know, have it work. And this has a chance to be able to become precedent and law within, well, Europe. It's not a big chance, not a big shot, right? But it can happen, you know? Like, first in Europe, and it could cause, like, a snowball effect in other countries. Yeah, we know, like, the perfect example. USB-C cables for Apple products, for example. Guess what Apple had to do because of that regulation from the European Union? Well, since Apple doesn't want to lose that big market that they have, they decided to, not retroactively, they decided to make all new Apple products have USB-C cables on their products. They got rid of their fucking proprietary charging bullshit because they only did that because, again, it's an anti-consumer sort of practice. You know, no right to repair, making it such that you have to go through the proprietary business in order to be able to get replacement parts, like for like computer charging cables, for example. And I know the stories. I knew a lot of fucking Apple kids back in the day. Lots and lots of stories exist about how their charging cables would be absolutely euchred, even though they didn't really do anything, just besides, like, use them normally. That's planned obsolescence bullshit, right? Because Apple wants you to keep buying more charging cables at a shifted up, marked up premium price because they're the only ones that sell them, right? It's all anti-consumer monopolistic bullshit. But yeah, you know, keep signing for the petition, you know. I'll do my part in helping it spread further. It's a good petition. Good initiative. Not petition. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. And it certainly has a chance in order to become law within the European Union. I don't want to say it's like a good chance. There's a chance, right? It can always help. But, again, my personal opinion, I think you should just sign up for this initiative. I don't know if the Electronic Frontier Foundation is helping with this. I'm not sure. Because what? They went through the, like Ross went through the FTC, right? And the FTC basically shot that shit down, right? So as far as, like, maybe they're not helping anymore. I don't know if like what sort of like international operations exist for the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I have no idea. Like, your guess is about as good as mine. I'll be honest. I don't know. Alright, so it's time to talk about our favorite liberal. Abunda. Was ready for some more Abunda. Ezra's back. He's back. Zohran Mamdani's New York mayoral campaign. Democrats' digital communication problem. Running on policy ideas. The medium is the message. Everything is video media strategy. What the fuck does that even mean? Navigating Israel-Palestine in online discourse. I don't know if I care about that. Who the fuck is Oscar Isaac? What the hell is that? That of the funeral family in Dune. Are you talking about the Harkonnens? I read that book. Good book. I read the second one as well. Wasn't as good. It was okay. Oh, you're talking about Atreides. Were they like feudal? They were kind of feudal, right? Yeah, sort of feudal, feudalistic. The Atreides family. But still, I mean, it's more so the environment of Dune, right? Because it's very well. I mean, 40K took inspiration from Dune in order to, create its environment and stuff like that. It's a whole like shebang, shabong, right? It's a complete shit show meme fest. But yeah, I mean, eh. Oh God, I'm like blanking on his name because I read the first book. The first book was good. Little Palatrades. We all know the... I'm pulling up the meme. This is a good fucking meme. It's a good meme. Little Palatrades. Let me tell you, folks. Very important. Dude, I don't know. Okay, I don't know if my like CPU is dying or something, but it feels like it takes so long for things to load. I don't know if I'm having like issues with my RAM. I didn't want to show desktop. That was a mistake. All right. Not what I wanted it to do. Alright, that was annoying. What was the... I don't think there was any secret memes that was revealed. No secret memes. No secret memes. No memes. What was I saying? I was getting the meme. I don't know what it is, but like... I don't know if like either my RAM is dying or anything. I don't think it's my RAM. I think my sticks are fine. I might have to look at my hardware monitor. HW or CPU ID. Do I not have my fucking... Do I not have that fucking goddamn program installed? I should have it installed. There it is. Thank you. I always tell you to run as administrator, you never run as administrator. There we go. Like, my shit's all fucking chilling right now. I'm not finding anything sussy whatsoever. Maybe I just need to give it a good cleaning. I haven't gone in there for some time to just give the computer a good blow with the fan, with the blower. Maybe that'll fix my some problems. Maybe I'll do something. Give it a good clean. Good dusting and stuff like that. But where is it? Trump Halud. This is a lol overruled like meme. It's funny.
Good people of Arrakis, it's me, Shai-Hulud, your beloved sandworm of the desert. Many people are saying Paul Atreides, little Paul Atreides. I call him Pesky Paul. He's Al-Mahdi. People are calling him Lisan Al-Gaib.
Lisan Al-Gaib.
Pesky Paul's calling himself Muad'Dib.
He's calling himself Muad'Dib.
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 Desert mouse. Just a humble little desert
He's a
mouse.
little
But he's
desert
very
mouse,
tiny. I
folks.
saw him. I could crush him easily. Folks, you can't trust Pesky Paul. He's got the Bene Gesserit.
Nasty women, nasty women.
Those Bene Gesserit trying to...
The Bene Gesserit, nasty women. Nasty women.
That's one of my... That line is so fucking good, dude. It's so funny. Because it's just like...
Listen, like I don't trust those women, folks. Let me tell you, the Bene Gesserit, they're always constantly tugging at the strings of fate. Don't like them, folks. Don't like them at all, folks.
to control the outcome of event. He's going around the desert. He's going to the south of the southern border. He's bringing up religious fanatics from the south. He's trying to wage a holy war in the whole universe.
A jihad,
The Harkonnens,
folks.
we don't like the Harkonnens, folks. They're terrible. They're terrible. They gave us a bad deal, but I can get a better deal from the Harkonnens. What can I say? They want our spice. It's the most precious substance in the universe. We're gonna get a better deal. We're gonna make Arrakis great again. It's gonna be an amazing time. We're gonna have paradise here in Arrakis, not because of Pesky Paul, but because of your old friend Shai-Hulud.
So because of Shai-Hulud, folks. Let me tell you, folks. Shai-Hulud. He's gonna make... I'm gonna make everything better in Arrakis. We're gonna make Arrakis great, folks. Let me tell you.
Yeah, it's Paul Mamdani. That fucking... Oh, God, that TikTok is a really good TikTok. It's super funny.
We're gonna make Arrakis great again. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, folks. They just want the spice. We got a bad deal. We got a bad deal from the Harkonnens, folks.
Oh, man, dude. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what sections do I want to cut. Do I want to... Okay. Do I care about navigating Israel-Palestine in online discourse? I don't think I care about this part of the segment. What the fuck is everything is video media strategy? What does this even mean? Medium is the message. Okay, I care about... Probably care about this bit. This bit interests me. This bit probably interests me. And then talk about Zohran's more mayoral campaign in general. Okay. Okay.
Arrakis, let me tell you, folks. We're trying to make a deal with Arrakis so they stop enriching uranium, folks. They're getting closer and closer to building a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon, folks. Let me tell you. We need to stop Arrakis from acquiring a nuclear weapon because it's going to cause a lot of problems in the region, folks. Let me tell you, it's going to cause a lot of issues. There's going to be a lot of tensions, a lot of issues, a lot of problems going on, folks. Let me tell you, we need to go in and bomb the shit out. Disable their nuclear program. We gotta destroy it, folks. Let me tell you.
Clip it and ship it. The Arrakis nuclear program. So stupid. All right. What do we got here? Ezra Klein with Chris Hayes, I think. That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, that's him. That's Chris Hayes. I like Chris Hayes. You know, I guess he's like one of the better liberal commentators in like mainstream media, broadly speaking. And, you know, I've had my problems, lots of problems with Ezra Klein in terms of like how he's just essentially trying to rebrand neoliberalism with the Abunda agenda, the Abunda. Well, you know, he's trying to do everything possible in order to, I don't know, make neoliberalism look somewhat fucking palatable in some way, even though it's like pretty much a dead ideology at this point. But you know, got to do everything possible in order to keep those nice billionaire bucks rolling in for the Democratic establishment, because that's what it's really all about, right? The only reason like why the Democrats are as dog shit as they are in terms of policy, in terms of like things that they believe in, is because they have the same like monetary interests now as the Republican Party, broadly speaking. And like no amount of rebranding of neoliberalism is going to help in terms of like solving that particular issue. You know, you want to know who might have a path forward for the Democratic Party? Zohran fucking Mamdani. So let's see what these guys have to say. I'm curious. We're definitely going to speed this shit up.
The Democratic primary that just wrapped up in New York was a collision between two very different candidates on almost every level. Ideologically, outsider versus insider, name recognition, but it's also a collision in a way that I think matters for much beyond New York City politics, of two very different theories of attention. Andrew Cuomo ran a campaign that was based on a tried and true strategy of buying attention.
Zohran Mamdani is a 33-year-old dangerously inexperienced legislator who's passed just 3 bills to defund the police.
He actually wants to move the homeless into our subway stations. Zohran Mamdani, a risk New York.
Yeah, by lying, Ezra, because Andrew Cuomo lied. He's not looking to defend the police or move homeless people in the subways. Yeah, Andrew Cuomo is trying to do what the most OP strategy, and that's lying. Lying to OP. Please nerf. Well, yeah, Boy Meets Mini. They have to play into like racism as well to like scare, I don't know, old people. To be honest, that's like really about it. Also, what's up, Sapphic Vibes? I'll listen, Boy Meets Mini. You don't need to wear a kurta in order to be canceled. I was gonna cancel you anyways.
Can't afford.
Cuomo had this gigantic super PAC with tens of millions of dollars, purchasing all the advertising money can buy. And then you had Mamdani, who was running a campaign on a very different theory of attention, a theory of viral attention.
So what's your take? I should be the mayor.
New York is suffering from a crisis, and it's called halal-inflation. Today, we're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Did you know that Andrew Cuomo gutted the pensions of hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers?
The name is Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it.
And Cuomo got flattened. He got flattened. It was not close. There are things you cannot learn about how to win elections in other places from a off-year June Democratic primary in New York City using ranked choice voting. But there are things you can learn about how attention works right now. And that's in a large part the subject of this conversation. Now, I'm not a New Yorker.
Was it really attention? Like, I don't disagree with Ezra Klein here saying that attention was a factor in terms of Zohran's win. I like, yeah, I don't think so, right? Like, I don't disagree with that whatsoever, but I don't think it was the main factor. It's the fact that Zohran Mamdani is a populist. He was pushing for populist fucking policy, right? That's what I think is probably the bigger reason for as to why Zohran was as successful as he was. He was pushing for things that were, broadly speaking, very, very popular for, well, young voters in particular. And, like, what's, like, the average way, sort of, like, age of, like, New Yorkers now? And, yeah, also, that's true, Alex. Yeah, people are sick of, like, do-nothing Democrats as well, right? Average age in New York City, it skews younger. From what I understood, it's like 38. That's the median age. So 38 years old. This is who like Zohran mostly activated. It was 38-year-olds. That's like the average age. I just went to median age anyways. Yeah, it's mostly young adults. So that's who like Zohran is mostly appealing to, right? And that's who he mostly spoke to, was young people. And people who also didn't vote or voted for Trump before. Because a lot of, like, Trump supporters, or not Trump supporters, a lot of people who, like, immigrants who voted for Trump ended up voting for Mamdani. It's like the Trump to AOC effect, or Trump to Mamdani effect, because it's more so a sign of, like, people are really, really tired. Like, let's be honest here. Yeah, a stupid groper who also killed, like, a bunch of dumbass, like, old people with its, like, really bad, like, old people home policy during COVID. He killed, like, Andrew Cuomo has, like, blood on his hands. Well, so here's the thing, Sapphic Vibes. Like, it doesn't. Who cares about, like, qualifications and stuff like that? He's been working as an assembly member in New York since, like, several years ago, at the very least. Like, at least, like, I think it's like 5 years ago or something. He's been, like, an assembly person. Other assembly people were also running to be mayor of New York. Like, Whitney Tilson is just a random dumbfuck philanthropist, and no one ever made the sort of, like, qualification argument against Whitney fucking Tilson. So, meh. Like, if you have an agenda and you have, like, you're able to, like, run a campaign, you have ideas that you want to push for, I don't think, like, qualification should really be that big of a deal. It's a civilian position. If you're a civilian of New York, you should be able to try to run for that position. If you can appeal to people to vote for you, then that's fine, right? It's not about, like, qualification. Qualification's a complete red herring. That doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Yeah, he doesn't have the sexual harassment charges. That's true. I'm gonna look at the clip real quick.
They're getting close to make a deal with the Iraqis, so they stop enriching uranium, folks. They're getting closer and closer to building a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon, folks. Let me tell you, we need to stop Iraqis from acquiring a nuclear weapon, because it's going to cause a lot of problems in the region, folks. Let me tell you, it's going to cause a lot of issues. There's going to be a lot of tensions, a lot of problems going on, folks. Let me tell you, we need to go in and bomb the shit out. Disable their nuclear program. We got to destroy it, folks. Let me tell you. We're trying to make it.
That's true.
Very cool. Let me tell you, we got to bomb the fuck out of Iraqis, folks.
All right, let's keep going.
But I want somebody who is a New Yorker, with deep roots here, and who really understands political attention. And so I asked my friend Chris Hayes, an MSNBC anchor and the author of a phenomenal book on attention in politics, The Siren's Call, to join me. As always, my email, ezra@nytimes.com. Chris Hayes, welcome back to the show.
It's great to be back.
So, Zohran Mamdani won the primary.
You sure did.
You just wrote a book about political attention, and this was one of the most attentionally sort of remarkable and innovative campaigns I've seen.
Totally.
So I want to hear the Siren's Call analysis of the Zohran Mamdani campaign.
So the first thing I would say about him is he genuinely came from nowhere. Like, I live in New York City and spend between 16 and 20 hours a day reading about and thinking about politics. And, like, I knew there was a Democratic Socialist Assemblyman named Zohran Mamdani.
Right.
I didn't even know he was running for mayor until he popped up in my Instagram feed or TikTok, right? So at one level, like, just to level set here, this is someone who had zero attention on him, who went from having zero attention to him to monopolizing attention in the race. And I think the way he did it was viral videos. It's the first time I've seen a Democratic candidate be totally native to the medium of our time, which is short vertical video in the algorithmic feed.
I want to play one of them here. This is one of the first times he came across my radar, which was this video he did right after the 2024 election.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to vote on Tuesday? Yes. And who did you vote for?
$1 million question. Trump.
This was a good video, by the way. Zohran Mamdani going around and just asking, like, a lot of immigrants, generally speaking, why they voted for Trump, and just, like, talking with people, basically. It is a very, very good video.
And Fort Road in the Bronx are two areas that saw the biggest shift towards Trump in last week's election.
Most of these people are working families. They're working 1 to 2, 3 jobs, and rent is expensive. Foods are going up, utility bills are up.
And that's your hope, to see a little bit more of an affordable life?
Absolutely. You know, Gaza, who should I vote? Either side will go ahead, send bombs from here to kill my brothers and sisters.
You know, we have a mayor's race coming up next year, and if there was a candidate talking about freezing the rent, making buses free, making universal child care a reality, are those things that you'd support?
Absolutely. You can have my vote all day.
We need childcare that is affordable. Buses should be free. The hike in the Metro cards is like totally unaffordable.
So my name is Zohran Mamdani. I'm going to be running for mayor next year. Wow. Yes, sir. And I'm going to be running on that platform.
I'm going to vote for you. Your energy is...
Thank you. My energy is getting up to inflation.
What struck me about that video when
That's
I saw
true.
it was
It's a good video.
you think that so many politicians do communication in terms of what they are telling you. And a lot of what was fascinating about Mamdani's campaign was he turns the act of listening into a form of broadcasting.
That's exactly what I found so striking about it. When I first saw the video, I didn't know until at the end, when he's like, I'm running for mayor, I was like, oh. And there's two things about it. One is, the whole point is he's listening to people. And two, that is a very recognizable trope of this form of video. Right? Like,
Well, I'm curious. Like, I mean, technically speaking, there, like, Chris Hayes isn't exactly wrong that, like, Zohran Mamdani came out of nowhere, right? I don't disagree with this, right? Like, but there is an old video. I completely forgot about this fucking video because, again, like, the YouTube channel basically, I don't know, died, but they stopped, like, the Gravel kids, right? There was a Zohran Mamdani made a video for the Gravel Institute, right? This is from 4 years ago. Now here he is, right? Here's our man.
Families across the country.
That's it.
But the truth is, this crisis didn't begin with the pandemic.
And he was an assembly member back then, right? So he's been known, you know? He's been out there, you know? That's really about it. So, I guess it's just like one of those things where it's just like, in terms of like the attention economy, I do mostly agree with the fact that like, yeah, you know, like he did a very good job like seizing the algorithm in terms of, you know, pushing himself out, doing like viral sort of clippable moments, shit like that, yada yada yada. But more so the bigger thing that Zohran Mamdani, I would say, like mostly capitalized on was just like pushing for for policy that people wanted. I think that's probably like the biggest thing. It's mostly the policy platform, right? And he was able to communicate that in a really, really like effective way.
Like the infamous Hawk Tuah girl, right, is because there's a guy walking around Broadway in Nashville sticking microphones in people's faces. This is an established genre. So he's taking this established genre that has its own kind of like features and is familiar, and then he's doing this really innovative thing. I, as the politician, am not going to speak at you. I'm just going to put mics in people's faces and ask them questions. It's incredibly effective.
He is the first politician I have seen be native to the thing that is after what I think we think of as social media.
Yeah.
Right. So there are a lot of politicians. Donald Trump is one of them. Bernie Sanders is another. Who, in a way, they were very dominant on Twitter, on Facebook, on a kind of mostly text-based, high engagement, social sharing era of media. And the thing that's come after it with TikTok, on Instagram, you see it now more on X too, is much more algorithmic, right? You can come out of nowhere much easier, and very visual, vertical video, not primarily text-based. Zohran was not dominant as a figure in like text on X.
No.
It was videos, it was visuals, it was fucking the graphic design in that campaign was beautiful.
Yeah, there's a great
the
New York
whole
Magazine
thing.
piece about this.
And
I gotta say,
great smile, always in a suit, right? So highly recognizable outfit. I mean, he was very visual. Like there was an incredibly consistent visual grammar.
Totally.
Right? There were very certain filters on most of his videos, and then when he would do more, like videos about more intense subjects like ice, they would take those videos, those filters off, or make a starker one. Right? His mother is right, like an amazing filmmaker.
Exactly.
Right? The visual, like his sense of film.
Wait, his mother was his filmmaker? Really? I didn't know that. Huh? That's crazy. Right? Didn't she like work in like film before or something? I think so. Like so far they're not really saying anything ostensible. Like I mean, it makes sense. His mom is an award-winning filmmaker. Huh? Yeah, I forgot about that. Huh?
And visual grammar.
Yes.
Was very, very, very strong.
The last time I think I saw something like
Oh, also, I'm there with you, Sapphic Vibes. I have no idea who the fuck the mayor of, like, where I live is, to be honest. Like, I have no idea about any of the local politicians here. Because, like, they're not really visible, and, like, no one really cares about them, to be honest. Like, they don't do, like, sort of, like, viral Zoomer editing. And, like I said before, we've looked at, like, the average age of, like, New York. It skews on the younger side, right? Like, no, that's one of the Fords. That's Toronto. People remember that because what? One of them is dead because he was a crack addict, and the other one's our current premier, who's like a complete corrupt shithead. Apparently your mayor's name is named Danny. Like most people don't really know they're like local politicians because, and I think it's generally speaking, it's kind of a byproduct of the economy that we that we live in. People don't really want to civically engage, broadly speaking, because there's just like no time to. People are going to be more busy, trying to survive, like working 1, 2, 3, 4 jobs at a time, as was even stipulated there in the Zohran video as well. Like people don't have time to know this stuff because it's like they're more busy trying to survive.
Like it would be Howard Dean with Meetup back in 2004, or Barack Obama with Facebook 2008, right? Like
or Trump on Twitter. Trump was truly native to what Twitter is.
Yes, you're right. That's a great point. Yeah, I'm thinking Democratic candidates, but yes, Donald Trump and Twitter in 2015, and the way that his performance on Twitter became the way that people logically came to know him, right, as a politician. One point I want to make here that I think is important, I think we both agree on is, with all these discussions, there's stuff that's new and there's stuff that's timeless, right? The guy is very charismatic. He is very politically talented. That would be true if he was running in the 1950s. It would be true, if he was doing whistle stop tours. Like the guy talks. Yeah, he is a very talented communicator. So I don't want to overstate the degree to which the medium is determinative. Like you can make short form videos and they wouldn't work as well unless he's got riz, like he just does. I think the thing that's so wild about it though is that there's a
Zohran does have riz,
between
sure.
that charisma, that way of communicating, with the form that he used, and then the fact that the algorithmic social media means a thing can blow up.
And I don't think you can talk about Mamdani without also like what his foil was. Andrew Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani were perfect foils for each other.
Totally.
Like you could not have scripted it better. And
that's
Cuomo
true.
has gigantic super PAC behind him. And there's this real sense, I mean, correctly so, from any sort of normal rules of politics, that how is Mamdani or anyone else going to climb uphill against the amount of attentional artillery that super PAC could and would buy? And we know that they were just absolutely dominating the airwaves, 24/7, basically.
I cannot overstate to people outside the New York viewing area how insane the same ad.
You know when I saw this ad was? I saw this ad one time. I mean, I saw it like 17 times in this one experience.
Right, yeah.
Because I was at a bar.
Same.
And they had a TV on.
Exact same.
And there was a moment in the middle of the campaign.
Yes. Was on
People
like
are,
21 times.
one of the things that struck me the whole way through on the Andrew Cuomo campaign was how old its understanding of communication was. And the idea, at some point, I would watch people talk about Cuomo as a juggernaut, and intentionally.
This is actually a pretty good point here by Ezra. I do agree with him. Again, like, the main people that Cuomo was trying to get out were, like, more reliable older voters who listen to the fucking TV. But, again, like, I feel like that was always doomed to fucking fail because, again, median age of, like, New York skews way younger. Like, this was never going to happen. And Zohran was able to activate, like, the voters who don't go out to vote as often. I think just because of those, like, two factors alone, Cuomo's campaign was sunk, right? He tried to basically do nothing and win. Unfortunately, there's only one man who can do nothing and win, okay? And that's top fucking Xi. That's Xi Jinping. Top Xi, okay? There's only one man who can fucking do nothing and win. That's that man fucking Xi Jinping. Not you, Andrew Cuomo. You're not him. You can't do that. Like, there's only one motherfucker that can do any of that shit, okay? Like, this was never gonna fucking work, okay? For Andrew Cuomo, especially with all the scandals. He's like a known name. People already don't really like him all that much. Like, the more and more, like, he knew the more and more that he was gonna speak and be out there trying to, like, campaign, the more disliked that he was generally going to be. Like, that's not hyperbole. That's not, like, ridiculous to say. It's the same, like, sort of strategy that Joe Biden also did as well, because he knew that the more gaffes that he was going to have, more sort of, like, approval rating losses he would have had, less chances he would have had in order to be able to win any election. So, you know, he tried to not speak as much as much as possible. But, yeah, so far, like, again, like I'm saying here, nothing really ostensible.
In my world, Cuomo didn't exist.
And in fact, I think this...
And he was hiding from it, by the way, too, but, like, he didn't exist.
That's another thing we can get to, is because there's a sort of what Mamdani was doing on social media through things he was creating, and then there was what he was doing on other media outlets, which is also the opposite of Cuomo.
Yes,
right?
very much.
So, but on the first point, to take a step back, I mean, people really have to understand that for probably, I'd say, the last 40 years, there's this formula for how, and I think it's true for both parties, but I know Democratic politics better. You raise a lot of money, and then you spend it on TV buys. That's what a campaign is. Raise a lot of money, spend it on TV buys.
And that's how they choose candidates.
Can you raise the money so that you can do the TV buys?
The FCC and the DCCC, who recruit congressional candidates, senatorial candidates, one of the main things that they are testing is, can you raise the money?
Yes.
And what are you doing with the money? You are buying attention.
And what you're doing is buying attention through 30-second ads that are going to run on the local news.
Yeah, I like, so, yeah, they're both hitting the fucking nail on the head. It's a 40-year-old strategy that just doesn't work. Like, there's different forms of, like, media right now. Now, I don't, again, like I said before, like, it's a factor. I don't think, like, the only disagreement that I have with these two so far in terms of this particular segment is that I don't think this is the only factor, right? People are sick and tired of the Democratic Party doing fucking nothing and believing in nothing. Zohran Mamdani actually believes in stuff, and he is probably going to accomplish things when he wins as the mayor. You know, no guarantees, blah, 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 blah. You know, any shit can fucking happen, whatever, yada, yada, yada. He has a really, really good shot of fucking winning as at the mayoralship, okay? Like, Eric Adams' approval rating is, like, literally in the toilet. Like, Zohran's probably going to win in November, and I don't think it's really going to be close in particular, especially since he's going to have way more time to put up viral moments, make videos and stuff like that, and, well, shit on fucking Eric Adams. Like, so, like, has anyone seen any of the stuff that, like, let me pull some of the stuff up that Eric Adams is trying to say in order to go after Zohran Mamdani, and it's just like, bro, like, what the fuck is this shit, dude? I mean, let me pull this shit up. Here we go. Like, look at this. This is the main argument that he's doing, like, Studio Ghibli, like, AI art shit in order to try to, like, go after Zohran Mamdani for identifying as Asian and African American on a college application. Bro, his mom is from India and his fucking dad is from Uganda. So, yeah? Like, yeah? Like, what? Like, well, like, you, like, broadly speaking, do people understand? Like, it's just like, it's one of those situations where you're just like, Okay. Like what's the argument here? It's a lie or something? Like, okay, who cares? Like, who cares? Like, it's weak. They have nothing on him, and they're scared. They're scared. They don't like him. That's because I'm pretty sure it is AI Sapphic vibes. I'm like 95% certain that this shit's like the Studio Ghibli like dumbass AI shit, and it's just like, you know, so far like the main stuff that Eric Adams is like pushing out there is all shit that's just like, look at the police. I love the police. Isn't the police hecking poggers and epic when nobody in New York likes the fucking police? So, like, I don't know. As your campaign, manager, Eric Adams, personally, you should keep talking about, I don't know, the NYPD, which is an institution that New Yorkers very, very much so like.
In the 3 weeks before the election. Yes. That is 90% of the campaign. I mean, the last 10% is, yes, you go to events and you shake hands. I mean, maybe it's 80%. I'm sort of overstating a little bit. But you saw Cuomo just run this play, which was limit media availabilities, only pick your spots, be confident that this enormous carpet bombing is going to happen late down the stretch. And it totally backfired and didn't work.
And it backfired, and I really want to hold on to
it. It fail.
Because you cannot buy attention now the way you once could. You can only earn it.
Yeah.
And I think this goes back to the conversation we had right after the 2024 election. Because, I mean, that was also a...
Thank God that you actually have to earn attention now. Hey, let's hate conservatives. That's what meritocracy fucking looks like. That's how it fucking looks, you know? You know, you gotta fucking earn that shit right now. You can't just, like, carpet bomb it. Yeah, you still kind of can, to be honest. You know, the Charlie Kirks of the world, you know. He's propped up by a bunch of billionaire money in order to, get attention of, like, I don't know, like, dipshits online in order to push, like, dipshit ideas and stuff like that. You know. We love meritocracy, don't we, folks?
Period. For all that Donald Trump really did have a lot of money behind him in that election, Kamala Harris had more. Yeah. She raised a ton of money. They spent a ton of money, and they absolutely did not dominate attention. Yeah. You're almost watching between Cuomo and Mamdani. It's like an almost pitch-perfect version of the old attentional strategy versus a pitch-perfect version of the most modern native attentional strategy collide. And I do think the underlying product here matters. Cuomo was just a bad product. He was a scandal-ridden, high negatives, very widely disliked, former governor who had to resign in disgrace, running against this sort of fresh-faced figure. But it also was a real collision of these strategies in a way that I do think people should watch. Like, if I'm the DSCC or the NCCC, I would start thinking not about who do I think can raise money, but who can raise attention themselves by being out there on all these platforms and actually creating things that are native to the places they're running in, which will be different if you're an Ohio Senate candidate, or Wisconsin Senate candidate, than if you're a New York City mayoral candidate. But Wisconsin and Ohio and Missouri and all these places and Kansas, they have their own things that people care about and their own cultures.
And they also, just to be clear, how else are people getting information now? I mean, look, above a certain age and among certain demographics, people still sort of like consume the news as the news in whatever form that takes. Mm-hmm. More and more voters, and particularly voters who are in that outer concentric circle of political or news interest that Democrats lost by 15 points in 2024, that Democrats have struggled to win, like that you have to win if you're going to win Ohio, right? If you're going to be, those folks, like, how else are they going to know about you? If they're not watching the evening news when you're buying your ad points, and they're not watching network news, and they're not watching linear cable, like, literally, how do they find out about you? They're going to find out about you from their phones. Mm-hmm. So, well, how do you get to them? I mean, you really have to, like, think through this. Like, how will this person know that I'm running, what my face is, what I look like, what I stand for? Like, how will they know? And if you don't have a theory for that...
You make videos, right? You know? Yeah, you do make videos and stuff.
That's other than we bought a bunch of points on TV. You're cooked. It's not going to work.
We did this show a couple months ago on attention. It was after the election. And that particular show got very wide distribution among Democratic politicians. Yeah. I'm sure you heard this too. And then so some of them would come to talk to me later, and they were trying to do video. And I have just thought a lot since then about why their videos are so bad. Right? Why the members of the Senate Democrats, and for that matter, the House Democrats, they have a lot of money in their campaign committees. They have a lot of money for communications. They can hire very, very good people. And it's actually not the case that you can't make an argument about, the big beautiful bill or something go viral. Like, I know you can because I do it, and you know you can because you do it. And I just look at what all of their content looks like, and I think, does nobody there have a sense of what they like to watch? Because definitely they don't like to watch.
It's because it's okay, Ezra. I got you, bro. Okay, I got you, fam. All right. The problem is that it's all overpriced, overpaid, fucking consultants bullshit. That's what the GCCC and the DNC mostly pay their money to. Like, the reason why a lot of Democratic media strategy and sort of like proposals just don't go viral in terms of social media, it's a concept that I've talked about before. One of the reasons why that Democrats fucking lost in 2024 was because the vibe was just bad. The vibe was off. No, like, it was uncool to be a sort of like Democrat because, again, like, what were the Democrats pushing? Some like initially some like doddering old, like, out of touch moron who was like asleep like half the fucking time, seemingly, right? Even though, like, again, I've talked about Joe Biden's domestic policy platform, and it's pretty solid. Like, it wasn't bad, it was decent, but it wasn't enough to meet the moment. And so the vibe the age of like the slow sort of like nibble around the edges like neoliberalism, well, collapsed and died in 2024. But again, like the consultancy class makes it such that that is the only thing that the Democrats can go for, because again, like they have their own fucking interests, right? Just like the Republicans, the Democrats also want to make sure that they get those same revenue streams. And if they do anything that's too radical, they're going to lose those revenue streams. That's the problem. Generally speaking, the main problem that you have to still like always fixate on, in particular when it comes to politics, is money in politics. That's like the biggest like factor in there, right? And yeah, like you're saying, Alex, yeah, the consultant class is just money laundering with extra steps, and they are rapidly becoming completely useless. I wouldn't even say they're rapidly becoming. I think they are just completely useless. They're out of touch, elitist millionaires who they don't understand the average plight of like the normal American citizen. They don't know any of that shit, right? Like, so the vibe was just bad, right? That's the problem. And like, it didn't help that the Democrats were trying to push Joe Biden initially. Then, like, Joe Biden, in his egotistical form, decided to just say, like, actually, it's Kamala Harris now. Fuck you, you all suck. And that just completely fucked over the Democrats. The vibe was bad. There's, like, no viral content. There's viral content about Trump because Trump's, like, a funny, doddering old fool, right? It's all wretched and terrible. But, you know, people can make viral content about that. And at least, like, Trump, like, kind of believes in things. It's a lie, obviously, but at least he was trying to push for some things that were good, at least. But it's bullshit. It's complete fucking bullshit. He's a you know, right-wing populist through and through, right? And everything that they say out of their mouths is a complete lie. It's just fraud, nonsense, stupidity, idiocy. And people just got the sense that, like, well, I think the vibe of the Republican Party is just better, and at least they're, like, pushing for things. The Democrats aren't. They don't believe in anything, because the consultancy class was just like, yeah, you don't need to believe in anything. We can just, like, cruise by, and it'll probably be really easy. You don't have to use, like, all these, like, digital platforms, because, like, younger voters probably aren't going to come out anyways, right? And that's just not true, right? Not true at all. Zohran Mamdani got a lot of younger voters to come out and vote for him.
This. But when you get people in an interesting looking room, you can, like, yeah, maybe there actually needs to be the principal who has, like, the taste, but the absence of... Mamdani is the vibe shift, is overall what I want to say. Zohran is the vibe shift that the Democrats want. If they are, you know, thinking strategically for once in their fucking lives, you start to try to kind of imitate. Put in, like... You can make, like, adjustments depending on the sort of, like, local area that you're in, but just, like, sprinkle some, like, sort of that, the Zohran magic in there, you know? Stuff like that. Taste? Among people who are,
you've been watching
very skilled political communicators?
Well, but that's
weird
okay. Here's a structural answer to that question, which I don't hold me to, but here's a hypothesis. Democratic Party politics are really complicated politics of multiracial, multi-ethnic, multilingual coalitions. In a way that, in a lot of places, Republican politics aren't. Now, Republican politics are coalitional politics too. You've got opposing interests, and I don't want to, like, minimize that. All democratic politics in a pluralistic society are coalitional politics. Democratic politics are particularly fraught, I think. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
I think often the things that success in democratic politics selects for is skill at managing these coalitional tensions, which is a really difficult thing to do. Like, Hakeem Jeffries is very good at that. Nancy Pelosi is the best at it. No one, and I think including Nancy Pelosi, would be like, I want to listen to a Nancy Pelosi podcast. Like,
I'm about to say, yeah, Hakeem Jeffries is the... I don't know about that one, Chris Hayes. Like, I don't agree with that at all. Like, what do you mean? Like, in terms of, like, managing, like, are we talking about, like, people in the house kind of a deal? Oh, I mean, sure, yeah, technically speaking. But, I mean, it's like, that's, like, a really easy thing to do, right? To get everyone on board to say no. But, like, it doesn't really matter overall because, like, Democrats don't have enough people in the House. Especially with all the, like, the Democrats that are seemingly dying in the House as well. Like, the Republicans sort of, like, vote share that they can afford to is... Yeah, in terms of, like, strategy, like, yeah, Nancy Pelosi was okay. In terms of, like, political efficacy, though, Alex, she's on fucking point. In terms of, like, you know, political management... Nancy Pelosi she's like 10 out of 10 on that, right? Like, navigating like sort of like political waters. She is very, very good at that, right? And in terms of like strategy, yeah, like not really. But then again, like strategy on like during the Trump administration's like really, 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 really like weird. Like it's not weird. It's really easy. You just say like, yeah, everything the Republicans are doing are just bad because like there's like a psychopath in power, and that's like a really, really easy sort of like. That's like an easy read. It's just like that's just like duh, forehead, obvious. Like duh, like no shit, obviously. Yeah, exactly. The party at large is just like complete bumblefuck. Like they don't believe in anything. Nothing really matters. It's so over, bros. Yada yada yada. But Hakeem Jeffries is so far just going along with the do nothing strategy, and everyone fucking hates him for it. So I don't think so. If we're talking about like making like whipping people together in order to make sure that they stay solid and consistent, but I don't think that's like really difficult to do because like, I mean, it should be fairly obvious that everyone in the Democratic Party just disagrees with what the Republicans are doing. Even like, I don't know, maybe even like dumb fucks like Henry Cuellar, okay, or other like blue dog fucking dipshit Democrats. It's just like, all right, I mean, this is like particularly egregious. Like, fuck this shit, you know?
Nancy Pelosi is not a great public communicator. She is a legendary, all-time great, like, manager of coalitional tension. I think the coalitional politics of Democratic politics often involve select for people who are very skilled at managing these very different, difficult coalitional issues. That is a different skill than public communication to the normies.
Okay, but let me push on this a little bit.
I don't like. I'm throwing this out there.
I think you're right about Hakeem Jeffries here. Chuck Schumer, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. But you think about Cory Booker.
Yeah, he's quite skilled.
You think about Chris Murphy.
Yeah.
Right? There are high level.
Why can't they do?
Yeah,
Chris Murphy walks across Connecticut every year.
Yeah, he does that too. Cory Booker did the 25-hour filibuster. Right. Or not quite filibuster, but long speech. Right. There is a dimension where I know they want to communicate. Right. I know they want what they're saying to break through. They are willing to say things. I mean, Chris Murphy's been very like out there on the level of alarm he is raising.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite guests on the show.
What Donald Trump represents.
I like listening to talk.
Their ability to translate out of Senate speeches. They're good podcast guests, right? If you were to rank Senate Democrats and how good they are on a podcast, Murphy and Booker would be high up there. Yeah, definitely. But I guess the thing I am saying is that the amount of agita I've heard Democrats express about the lack of a liberal Joe Rogan, whatever it might be, as opposed to understanding attention as not something other people gift to you, but something you earn yourself, or you look for as a skill in other people, or you have some other kind of filmmaker coach you in. It's just, the gap is so much wider than it seems like it needs to be at this point. And like watching like people just get flattened by someone like Mamdani really speaks to it.
Yeah, I mean, part of the question here though, right, is like about, there's a question about like being native to new forms, like where I do think that, like, for instance, it's been really interesting to watch. Here's an example. Your colleague Jamel Bouie, who is one of my favorite writers and public intellectuals in America. Love having him on my show. He's basically our age, roughly our cohort. Like, he's gotten super good on TikTok. And it's been kind of wild to watch because, like, I look at him, like, generationally we're the same. And he's created a following, and he now, like, he's come to kind of inhabit the forum in this really interesting way to me as I sort of watch this development. I have made a few TikTok videos, and like, they're not that good. And I think, I've not seen it. No, I think I'm a pretty skilled public communicator. Like, this is what I do for a living. It's what I've done for a long time. There are these, like, weird, we talked about sort of grammar, or like there are these sort of differences of different mediums, formats, visual grammars at different times that I also think, here's actually a key thing. I think you have to be a consumer to be a producer, and I think this is a huge gap. I really think this is a real problem. I think now, if I started to get serious about making TikTok videos, like
consumer in order to be a producer, I don't think so, right? Like most people who like watch like videos and like short form like content, like you could consume that content, right? I hardly watch fucking TikToks. I hardly watch YouTube shorts, and I do like for a channel of my size, broadly speaking, I average like a good amount of views on most like YouTube shorts and like TikTok videos, right? Like they've been going up. I'm like fucking tiny, but then again, I don't know. I think that just might be because of like my rhetorical proficiency. Like sometimes you just have to like forehead get lucky. Quite literally, like sometimes you just have to have a talent for it. Not that I'm saying that like I'm a particularly big talent at it or whatever. I'm not like a viral channel or whatever, right? Like I'm not. It's like when it comes to like algorithmic content, a lot of it is just like forehead kind of get lucky sometimes, and sometimes it's just like you just know like intrinsically how the algorithm works, and you're able to like sort of manipulate it, right? Like I'm not going to pretend to say that I know 100% how the algorithm works. It just kind of depends on, like, the strategy that you want to go with, right? Like, overall, like, I would say, like, what I'm trying to do is, like, just say stuff and just, like, put shit out there. Yeah, I watch, like, YouTube videos basically every day. Because I don't know if I necessarily agree with the notion that you have, like, to like you have to be like a consumer to also be like a producer. It's like I think it helps, right? You can get inspiration from different like styles of channels and stuff like that. But like if, for example, if you're doing that and it's like very clear and evident that you're like mimicking the styles of like particular like other political commentators, people will point down and just be like, oh, you're like a fucking Hassan clone, you're a Vosh clone, you're a fucking this clone, and like that's going to be like a bit of a turnoff to a lot of people, you know? Like, certain mediums are more efficient, like, better for people. Other mediums are, like, not as good for people. Yeah, ! YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, do all that good shit, yada, yada, for that algo, yada, yada, yada. You know how it is. Like, eh? Like, yeah, like, eh. It's one of those situations where it's just, like, you just gotta kind of do stuff, you know? Like, certain mediums are going to be like better for you. Other stuff, like I think Chris Hayes is a very good news anchor. I like Chris Hayes. I think he's pretty solid. I don't 100% agree on like everything with that he says, but like I think for like MSNBC sort of like news anchors, he's one of the better ones, generally speaking, in terms of like the stuff that he believes in. He's done like a bunch of like Majority Report interviews as well. Like, and yeah, his politics in comparison for like most mainstream establishment like news anchors, not bad, pretty decent, all things considered. Like, could it be better? Yeah, sure, like whatever, but like anything can be fucking better, to be honest. Like, it's one of those situations where it's just like I don't think I necessarily agree with the idea that in order to be able to be good at producing particular content, you must also be a consumer of that content. Like, it helps to be a consumer of that content to get ideas and like inspirations and stuff like that for us to like how to make your own sort of content. I don't disagree with that, but does that mean you're going to be like a good producer of it? Are you going to be a good replicator of it? Well, that's another question, right?
I talk to camera. Having watched a lot more, I would be better now, and if I practice, I get better. But the sort of like textural sense Mamdani has for the format, I think is both personally his talent and the people that are working with him, which by the way I would love to read a reported piece on that, like how they did it. But I think that like you can't just like read some packet or just jump in from nowhere.
But that's like a thing where you should be looking for certain kinds of talent.
Yeah, I agree with.
Right, there's a reality that a lot of people who run for office are news anchors.
Yeah.
It's not an unbelievable number, but there's a lot of rich people who run for office because they could self-fund.
Yep.
And then you have a lot of people who had experience. I mean, Mike Pence had been a talk radio host, right? Carrie Blake, right, had been a news anchor. Right? Like, a lot of these people have experience in front of camera. And I just think you're going to start, if both parties are smart, they would be looking for people who have attentional skill.
Yeah.
So one thing we saw here is that, yes, Mamdani was trying to make a selection about affordability.
Aren't they trying to do that, though? Like, there's, like, Harry Sisson, like, Dean Withers, and all these other, like, dudes, right? Right? Yeah, they're trying to do this. It's just, like, I don't know. In, like, Olivia Juliana, like, Mika Irfan, I think his name is. The Democrats have their own, like, political influencers. They do. They do. It's just that no one really cares. No one, like, really likes their vibe. Like, no one really cares about their vibe, kind of a deal. It's just like, like, whatever. And I pointed before, it's more of a fundamental issue with the Democrats as a party at the moment, right? I don't think it's like hyperbole of me to say that the Democrats, fundamentally speaking, they don't really believe in much of anything. And the reason for that is because, well, look at their do-nothing strategy that they're doing right now. But also, like, it's kind of a byproduct and consequence of the fact that, well, the Democrats are also looking to get a lot of the exact same, like, revenue streams as the Republicans. And that's mostly, like, billionaire sort of, like, revenues. That's like the main problem. I like, you know, I do the stupid, like, James Carville meme all the time now, seemingly. It's the economy, stupid. And, like, Democrats, they are better in terms of, like, economic policy in comparison to the Republicans. The problem is that it's just not enough, right? It's not enough. And people want radical material change done very quickly and rapidly, which isn't, like... It's a standard that, you know, it's not possible. Not because it's not politically efficacious, but because it's kind of like difficult for the bureaucratic machine that is the United States political system in order to be able to do such radical changes in such a short amount of time. It's going to take time. Like, that's just how the inherent design of Congress is, and that's more of a broader general issue with Congress and like the legal systems that exist within the U.S. That's a whole like more base fundamental critique. The problem is that like people just don't really care about the Democrats. They don't like the vibe of the Democrats. They're just like, we don't really like these guys. They're just kind of like whatever, namby-pamby, pimbly-wimbly fucking losers. And that's the main problem, right?
Material concerns, but Cuomo won the precincts with median incomes under $50,000. What do you make of the somewhat strange structure of the coalitions?
I don't really have a good theory on it yet. The one piece of election analysis that has stuck out the most to me is this triangle that breaks down precincts by their degree of racial integration. Have you seen this triangle? It's so fascinating. So basically, it breaks down precincts by how white they are, how black they are, or how other they are. This is by census. So these are not the racial categories that I would use to describe people. And basically, what it finds is that the precincts that are really basically all black, and then the precincts that are all white were Cuomo precincts. And the more mixed a neighborhood was in its racial makeup, the better Mamdani did. Which I find to be a fascinating result. Now, that might just be a proxy for
cross-correlate something.
between the income stuff you're talking about. I mean, I understand. I understand. My mom and I were talking about this issue. My mom was talking about the Bronx. The Bronx was like a Cuomo borough, which is sort of ironic because like the whole if you go back to the whole opening bid of Mamdani, which is like I'm here in the Bronx, in Fordham Road, in this place that swung. I'm talking to people. I'm addressing your concerns, and then he ran up the numbers in the DSA precincts, but he couldn't have won unless he made it outside those perimeters. I think name recognition is part of it. I think voters. I think the devil you know or familiarity matters to voters often on the kind of periphery of an electorate in a Democratic primary. But I don't have a good theory of why it was the case that if it was, there are other patchworks that I could sort of theorize better than those. What do you think?
I don't know either. I think you can come up with a couple of arguments. One is that maybe that's cross-correlating something that's just informational, right? Those voters were less attached to the discourse, not telling the algorithm they wanted to see a bunch of Zohran Mamdani videos. They sort of know who Andrew Cuomo is, and they're more mobilized by interest groups that used to be more powerful, but that were largely, the interest groups largely signed up with Cuomo, the unions.
And have relationships with the establishment
There was
Democratic
NYCHA housing, Cuomo did very well where there was intense NYCHA housing, and that had to do with relationships with the groups in NYCHA housing. Churches, right? Cuomo did a lot of his campaigning among black churches. So you might be seeing something that has to do with almost machine politics and mobilization politics, which Cuomo is leaning on very heavily.
Okay, here's the thing with the church strategy. Again, a lot of the people who tend to go to churches tend to be more conservative, right? A lot of older black people within the Democratic Party tend to be more conservative, right? Because again, generally speaking, the reason why it's seen as a sort of solid bedrock of the Democratic Party, it being older black voters, is because they've lived under the consequences of Jim Crow and segregation. They understand that the Republican Party is a fundamentally racist party, right? They lived through the shift with the Southern strategy and everything that the Republicans decided to partake in and sort of utilize, right? They know that, hey, well, the Republicans are just racist as hell, and they are the representation of racists, broadly speaking. So that's the general sort of reason for as to why, again, I would say in terms of more conservative Democrats, Andrew Cuomo is a more sort of representation of them, because it's just these people are never going to fucking vote for the Republicans, right? Black people are not going to vote for the Republicans. They know that the Republicans are just a racist, irredeemable pile of shit, right? So they're not gonna vote for them. That's honestly probably a bigger reason. Cuomo's just more conservative, and they're more okay with status quo, nothing really changing kind of politics, when that's just broadly speaking not what the general electorate wants. That's just a very solid coalition, but smaller coalition that exists within the Democratic Party.
It's also a crime and disorder question here, right? So if you are making, if you're a voter making $35,000 a year, you live in NYCHA housing, you are much more exposed to crime and disorder than a voter in Williamsburg making $137,000. Adams won running against crime and disorder, running up the totals among working class voters. So we know that politics is powerful. I have the sort of view that Mamdani could only have won in a time when crime had actually gone down quite a lot, as it has, because if it really was a big crime and disorder election, I think that would have been a big problem for him. He wasn't well trusted on those issues. Another is that this.
Yeah, but the thing is that that's just a lie that Cuomo was trotting out. Crime has been going down in New York. Crime rate in New York, it's going down, dude. It's been declining since the 90s. We can look at the fucking graphs and shit, right? It went up a little bit during COVID, but that's to be expected, because that was because of the pandemic. So that makes sense. But otherwise, generally speaking, this is from the NYPD itself, it's been going down. I do not want to sign up for your newsletter. The murder rate's been going down. It spiked up a little bit during COVID, but that's because it was COVID, and then it started going down again. Like, that's it. Like, crime in general, ever since the 90s. And, like, yeah, we can admit that the 90s were, like, particularly bad in terms of crime. Like quite literally. That's not, like, ridiculous to say. But, whoa! It's just... That's, like, the main thing. So, like, campaigning on, like, crime is just, like, very silly, to be honest. In, like, New York City. Like, all the, like, nonsense about, like, subway crime and all this shit. Stuff that's just, like, not happening at all. And again, the reason why it spiked up during the pandemic is because there was not as many people on the subway, right? There was no, like, you know, social pressures for people. Because this is the thing that happens, right? If there's, like, a lot of people in, like, an area, right? Like, they're less likely to commit crime because they're more likely to potentially get caught out because of all the people witnessing, being like, hey, what do you think you're doing? Doing this particular bad thing that's bad? Don't do that. Shaming is a very, very powerful tool. And, well, you know, since people weren't really using the subway at all during the fucking pandemic, crime as expected went up. That makes sense, right?
This is a consistent thing we see in the data with left-wing candidates. So I think you could just say this is something we've seen happening a lot. I mean, Donald Trump also won voters under $50,000. Right. So that there are different things happening as you move up the income scale where people are voting much more expressively.
Even though Mamdani tried desperately hard to run the most materialist campaign possible.
But politics is very expressive. There's not like a bad thing about it. It's just a reality. And
I voted against my material interest in this mayoral election, so everyone gets to do that.
Yeah, as did I. So I think you can cut politicians into these two categories. They're the politicians for whom you can identify.
I guess Chris Hayes voted for Zohran Mamdani.
Immediately.
It's funny.
Build a wall for Donald Trump. Right, that's a policy. But it is a metonym for Donald Trump. Medicare for all for Bernie Sanders. The Green New Deal for AOC. Mamdani had like 4 or 5, right? It was free rent. It was free buses. It was free daycare. It was publicly owned grocery stores. All these are actual policies and they're worth talking about. But what they are is mimetic.
Yeah, totally.
So Hillary Clinton running against Bernie Sanders had 70 policies, you know, or some very large number, but none that actually defined her. Kamala Harris, I cannot give you the policy that stands for Kamala Harris. The same is true for Brad Lander and a bunch of the other people in this campaign.
Which is not they didn't have it.
Brad Lander had a depth of policy on his campaign website in this mayoral race that I only associate with presidential campaigns. It was so detailed. And a lot of them were great, right? So Brad Lander was my choice in the campaign.
Yeah, exactly. You know, stuff that's like snappy and really easy to glam on, right? Because I don't think it's about like meme magic here, to be honest. It's because people don't have time in order to go through like detailed policy, like the policy proposals, right? The thing is that most average working class voters, unless you're like going to speak directly to their issues, saying like, yeah, I'm going to freeze the rents. Yeah, I'm going to make the buses free. Unless you don't make like, because that's the thing that people, like average people, are going to be constantly talking about. Like, man, those buses are real expensive. Man, my fucking rent is just complete like nonsense, right? You can like lay out a fucking policy proposal that's like good or whatever and say like, yeah, this is all fine and good. People don't have time to like read or don't have the active sort of like educational attainment in order to just be like, you know, meh, like, like, they don't have time to, like, learn and understand these proposals because, again, most people are busy working multiple jobs in order to survive, to put food on the table. That's the main problem, right?
But I said this, you know, when I wrote this piece about him, that there are politicians who communicate about policy, and there are politicians who use policy to communicate. And one problem with a lot of establishment politicians is they communicate about policy. And the people who thrive right now on the attentional networks use policy to communicate. And you can lament that what modern media is doing is flattening policy down to this sort of bumper sticker level of mimetic communication. And I kind of do lament it. But it's also true. Like abundance, like has been a big deal, but it's the word. And
yeah, but again, like the problem is like this is a problem with like defunding of education. Then like civic nationalism and education within the United States has been plummeting. Right? That's the problem. Right? Like, yeah, sure. I definitely lament this issue as well. The fact that people are not able to sort of like understand like complex proposals, but that's a problem with like, again, the destruction of education within the United States of America, because again, there's a lot of interests at play that do not want the population to be educated. That is the bigger fucking problem here, right? It is efficacious for a lot of millionaires and billionaires to have as undereducated as a population as possible. Educated enough in order to be able to operate the machines in the factories, of course, but not educated enough in order to understand the sort of reasoning for as to why they are being kept as poor as they are, while other people are running out of the back with all the money. Right? That's kind of the, you know, class analysis distinction here. Well, I don't think Ezra's really going to point out into in particular.
Yeah, there's also behind it, and like, that's a much more complicated set of conversations.
But it cuts through.
But if you don't have like the mimetic tip of the spear,
there's a question here that I think is interesting in terms of replicability, is like how much that ability is structurally producible and how much is just like telling someone to dunk a basketball. You know what I mean? Like some people have talents for things, right? Like, so part of it, I do think there is a question here to me about how much it comes down to talent. Like people have instincts and acts for this, but you're absolutely correct about this. And I think to go back to that video, like there is this kind of 1 + 1 = 2 thing happening there. He goes up to Fordham Hill in the Bronx, area I know well. It's like right by where my mom grew up. In fact, I was just having lunch around there for Father's Day. And he asked people, and they're like, groceries cost too much. And then the end is like, we're gonna try public grocery stores. Now, to be clear, the grocery business runs at margins of like 1 to 3%. So it's not private profit that's making the price of groceries more. I'm not convinced that the solution is going to solve the problem, particularly in this case, which I think is sort of the most dubious. But it's also like, I don't know, worth trying, and it also is an attempt to address people's concerns.
I've had a lot of conversations with people about publicly owned grocery stores, and I basically understand this modest pilot of like 5 stores that he's proposed as getting caught trying on something.
Yeah, right.
I do think this gets to something very real. Are the only policies that can become mimetic in this way these sort of huge, sweeping, they conflict at their heart, they make people not like them at the same time, they make people like them, build a wall, Medicare for all, you know, ongoing rent freeze. Can policy be mimetic? Can it be communicative?
And be good.
I don't just mean be good, because I'm not, like, I think it would be great. Like, if you can pay for free daycare, terrific, right? I think we should have free daycare. So I don't want to just create a good, bad division here. Like, all good policy is complicated. And, you know, that's not my belief. But there's a way in which to survive, mimetic products have to be simple.
Yeah.
Means are simple. The thing behind them might be complicated and good or bad or whatever, but there is just something, for something to get energy, I think it has to be, like, easily rememberable. I think it has to be big.
Yep.
It has to activate something people care about, and it probably has to be controversial, right? Medicare for all dominated. People forget this now. Every 2020 Democratic primary was like just a lot of Medicare for all debate. Anybody who knew anything about what kind of Congress that Democrat was going to be facing, no matter who on the primary, knew we were not going to get Medicare for all. Fast Shakir, Bernie Sanders' campaign manager was on my show like earlier this year, or maybe late last year.
Saying like we would have gotten as close as we could get, but we
basically we would have expanded the age range of Medicare, right? Nobody knew it. So
yeah, they would not have probably gotten it, right? Probably not. And like if Bernie Sanders were to win the hypothetical presidency, probably not. But then again, the reasoning for that could be partially because of like bureaucratic nonsense. I don't disagree with that, right? But more so, there's a lot of interests within Congress itself and out of Congress that would make sure that Medicare for all would not become a policy, right? Like, again, like, we are talking about Ezra Klein here. Ezra Klein's sort of, like, main thing is obviously the abundance agenda, right? And, again, the main criticism that I have levied at the abundance agenda is the fact that it is wholeheartedly unwilling, not incapable, but unwilling of addressing the root causes as to why a lot of efficacious, like, progressive policy doesn't get passed, right? It's because of the billionaires, stupid. It's because of the corporations, right? Ezra does mention them, right? I'll give that to Ezra. He says, like, yeah, they certainly have a part to play, but he prefers to shift the focus on, like, progressive, like, activist groups and sort of, like, congressional sort of, like, lobbying groups. And it's just like, sure, they have an effect. Okay, yeah, I don't disagree with that. But they're not the main problem. That's not the main issue. There's a lot more at play here, Ezra. It's not just those guys.
But the reason that it could dominate so much was it unleashed controversial energy. Yep. Right? There was a debate. Would you abolish all private health insurance? Were you willing to raise taxes on middle-class Americans?
It was intensely salient because conflict is intensely salient.
Exactly. And so one thing about these very big policies that are somewhat impractical in their nature is that they create that...
Yeah. I don't believe that. I'm saying that's sort of like from the POV of the establishment.
A lot of policy is built for compromise.
Yeah, right.
But means are not built for compromise.
Why am I dropping frames? Is my internet shitting the bed? Huh? Are the frames back? I think the frames are back. Think we just had a little hiccup. All right.
Democrat was going to be facing, no matter who on the primary, knew we were not going to get Medicare for all. Fast Shakir, Bernie Sanders, exactly. And so one thing about these very big policies that are somewhat impractical in their nature is that they create that... Yeah. I don't believe that. I'm saying that's sort of like from the POV of the establishment. A lot of policy is built for compromise.
Yeah, right.
But means are not built for compromise.
I think we have a good tangible example in recent history in exactly this context from the mayor that Zohran Mamdani says was the best mayor of his life. They got the New York Times very mad at him for saying so, which was Bill de Blasio's universal pre-K.
As a non-New Yorker, Bill de Blasio sure seemed like a perfectly good mayor to me. My kids in 3K.
I'm a de Blasio. Let's talk about universal pre-K for a second. Universal pre-K did have that mimetic energy. Yeah. It's simple and straightforward. Like every kid in the city has to go to kindergarten. Yep. We're going to make a new grade below it. And this is informed by real empirical work that's been done. And we're going to have a tax structure that funds it and makes it happen. It was controversial at the time. There were lots of people who said this was a bad idea. You're going to put local daycares out of business. I mean, there was conflictual energy around it. And then they delivered it. And I sent my first kid, to, it was year 2 maybe that it was up and running. And I walked into the school that had been leased by the Department of Education, that had formerly, I think, been a big Catholic school. There were like, this is like one of the biggest pre-Ks in the whole city. It's like 20 classes. I was like, this is the most extraordinary accomplishment I've ever, like, I can't believe you guys stood this thing up. And then my kid's going here for free and comes out every day, like, so. Like,
whoa, guys, it's almost as if, you know, taxing the shit out of billionaires, forcing them to pay more money for good public policy is it's a good thing. Controversial, I know. Like, you know, It turns out, like, if you do things, the state can actually, like, do things in order to benefit the general populace. The problem is that there's not a lot of political will, generally speaking, amongst establishment Democrats to do that kind of stuff. That is the fucking problem. And Democrats are, broadly speaking, not willing to do any of that stuff.
So that's an example. I just want to give an example of, like, everything that you said. It was mimetic policy. It cut through. It identified Bill de Blasio. It was one of the hugest things. They got into power. They actually did it. It actually worked. Like, that is an example of all of those things happening.
Is mimetic policy
such a good question?
Always like this? And then two, does it then create a governing problem?
Yeah.
Because, like, here's the thing. I see a lot of people, like, on Twitter celebrating Mamdani's win, and I think Mamdani's win is exciting, but I've said this before, like, the downside for him is not that he loses the primary. Like, the bad outcome is that he wins and fails at governing, right? He cannot get the tax increases he needs from Albany. He does not control the tax increases he needs for this agenda. And Kathy Hochul has said no. Like,
right,
she's very clearly, no, like, raising taxes like this pledge, and she's not going to break it, so he's not going to have the money he needs. An extended rent freeze. I know people do nonprofit housing.
Same.
And there are people who are ideologically aligned with Mamdani, and they do not think this is a good idea.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know people in nonprofit housing.
And the reason is, like, over, you do it for 1 year, okay, fine. But over an extended period of time, you will reduce the incentive to build that housing. You will reduce the incentive to care for that housing. He's like, Mamdani will say, like, oh, you have these other programs you can apply to for relief. Like, all that stuff.
Well, it's because, again, like, it's all because they're, like, probably captured by real estate developers who want to make a fucking profit, right? The reason why people are not okay with that and because they're not going to build any housing is because, again, real estate developers are the main guys who are unfortunately building the fucking housing, right? You could just, like, build more public housing, right? Not have a public-private partnership, right? You can just, like, hire people to try to build that fucking housing in particular, in line with, like, regulations and shit like that, right? There's ways around this fucking problem, like, quite literally. The issue is for us to what real estate developers, and the reason why they don't build stuff is because they want to make sure that they're going to get their bag, right? It's a byproduct, it's a consequence of commodification of housing.
It's complicated, and, like, you make a market less, like, profitable be in it, fewer people will be in it. A lot of the things, like free daycare, you probably just can't pay for. Right?
Yeah, so, again, like I said before, the problem is that there is a marketable sort of profit motive within housing. That is the issue.
If you set up these expectations and then you don't meet them, is it okay because your supporters know you tried, or is it a kind of like a structural thing where you have set yourself up for failure?
I think it's the most important question in some ways. I mean, one thing I would say is I like experimentation and new ideas. So when he was asked about the public groceries, I think it's in the Bulwark podcast, and he says, like, we'll try it. If it doesn't work, say love you. Yeah. And, like, I love that answer. Politicians never give that answer. They never give that answer. Like, let's try, the person who really most embodies that is FDR. If you go back and read about, like, the first 100 days, and, like, they're just trying a lot. Like, we now think about FDR as this colossus who remade the relationship between the citizen and the federal government, right? A lot of that stuff did not work. Like, fully failed. Like, a lot of the interventions failed. They did a lot of clunky stuff. Like, there was a lot of, totally different time. He had this enormous mandate. It was a crisis. But I will say that, like,
true.
I like the idea of experimentation. I like the idea of these ideas coming from outside of what, like, the consensus around sensible policy is. But the test for it is, can you deliver?
Mm-hmm. One thing that struck me a lot about Mamdani was his ability to listen. Like, the census zeitgeist, but also to listen to voters, right? The relentless focus on affordability, right? That was an act of listening.
Totally.
And then being able to respond to it. And it's been one of my views for a while. It's actually is the introduction of my book, that we have moved into an era of politics that's going to be all about affordability, right? That you could see this in the 2024 election, that it had to do with the inflationary crisis of 2022, 2023, but that inflation had left an attention to, like, an affordability crisis that had been building for a very long time in homeownership and, healthcare, et cetera, that was not going to go away. And so, like, future politicians...
I wonder why everything is not affordable, Ezra. It couldn't be possibly because of all the sort of, like, laissez-faire systems that currently exist in order to squeeze out as much fucking profit as possible. This isn't a problem with, like, inflation. This is a problem with, like, price gouging that corporations are doing using inflation as a justification. Again, I reiterate this point. The main root cause of the problem here is the profit motive that corporations are exploiting in order to make as much money as possible on, well, things that probably should not have a profit motive, like food, or medicine, or housing. Some food for thought there.
We're going to have to develop a set of ideas and a way of talking about bringing costs down, not just bringing subsidies up. And whether Mamdani's particular policy will work to do that, he really struck me as a politician native to this era of concerns.
I mean, think about the rent freeze, right? Mm-hmm. He wasn't saying, we're going to give rent rebates through a tax filing where you file a tax and we'll give you $150 back. He was like, no, we're just going to cap the price.
Yeah. The concern is whether or not, from a policy perspective, Mamdani talks a very, very good, understanding game. Like, I think he gets that you need housing supply. Yeah. But his plans are all public housing, which is fine, but that's much harder. And then when he talks about market rate housing, he sort of is like, I really believe in market rate housing as long as it accords to our sustainability, union, and affordability needs. Right. Yeah. And it's like, when you need a lot of housing, adding a lot of conditions to that housing is going to raise the price. And so I really think there's a question about whether or not he can deliver affordability if he's not able to increase supply. I would feel better about a rent freeze if it was paired with an incredible explosion of building.
Here comes like the abundant shit.
We were freezing rents and there were cranes everywhere. Right. Okay, fine. Because maybe in 3 years we have a lot of housing coming online. But if you, at this level of supply creation, you freeze rent for an extended period of time, you might begin to constrict supply down the road and create a bigger problem for the future. And the thing is, there are some levers we could pull on this.
Damn, it's almost as if there might be a problem with profit incentives in housing. And that's more than like, well, again, Zohran Mamdani is not going to be able to sort of address that issue. That is a broader general problem with the U.S. in general. He's not going to be able to sort of like fix that issue locally in New York. That's like the main issue. The fact that it is very difficult in general in order to build particular kinds of housing because, again, as has been said before, realtors and real estate developers, they're not going to build particular housing within lots that they have allotted for housing if those particular housing developments are not going to be able to turn a profit. The issue is the profit motive, the incentivization for profit above everything else. That is the main root cause.
Housing is a particularly tough one because it takes time to build houses and make it hard to build houses. I'm very skeptical that Mamdani can make free daycare happen. I don't think he's got the money to do it. There's more infrastructure that we need than was needed even for a 3K. Yep. But you could conceptually do free daycare, definitely do it nationally, right? There are ways to approach some of these things, but I think this is what politics economically is going to be about for an extended period.
I think one wrinkle to the housing question, which I think is a really important thing to always keep coming back to when you discuss in your book, one person's price is another person's income, right? And we saw, I think last week, we start to see in the Case-Shiller Housing Price Index some flattening, maybe even going down, right? After a period where they've been going up for the last 5 years. There's a real, genuine material conflict in New York City between renters and homeowners. Like, it's not false consciousness, it's not a distraction, it's not culture war bullshit. Like, if you own a home and most of your wealth is in your home, you want to see that wealth go up. Yeah. If you are trying to enter the housing market or a renter, rising house prices are bad for you. And you will probably not be excited about Mamdani or anyone come and saying we're going to build a ton of public housing next to you. Yes. That's the other thing that's very difficult about public housing and affordable housing is that all these homeowners who want their high home prices do not want that down the block from them. And that material fight.
Damn, sucks to suck then. Yeah, fuck them. Cope, seethe, mauled. Let's be honest here. I don't know, like, are there like a lot more like rich landowners that are within particular boroughs near like more like poor like sector 7 housing or like what those are like what projects would be or something, right? In like more like middle class like neighborhoods and stuff like that. Like most rich people that are from New York do not live within New York City, broadly speaking. Section 8, thank you, Boy Meets Mini. That's not really a thing, to be honest, right? Like, I don't know what they're called in Canada either. It doesn't matter. The thing is like, most of the people who are rich, who would be NIMBYs in this particular instance, they don't live within New York City itself, right? Like, they're out in the suburbs or in New Jersey. That's where a lot more of the rich people are going to, like, or like particular like rich suburbs. They're not going to be living within the sort of like more inner city parts of New York. I don't know, like, what other like plots are available for like housing or like in terms of like housing that are like not close to downtown but still not in the outskirts of like of the city, right? Because most suburbs are going to be built outside of the city in the outskirts parts. Like, generally speaking, like that's what I'm like a little confused about. So I don't see like why like NIMBYism is a problem, but then again, like, homeowners have like brain diseases. I'll be quite honest. I do not like most homeowners because, again, for them, all they fundamentally seemingly care about is just, well, I need to make sure that my marketability within my house always keeps going up at all times, because this is a sort of general, broader problem with tying old generational wealth within the home. There was a video that we talked about this before, I think, by a Financial Diet, I think. This is just a broader sort of issue with how housing within the U.S. was not treated as a, service that should be provided, that should not have market incentives for. Housing was always made inherently commodified from the onset.
which the homeowners have been winning in California, have been beating the brains out of the people trying to buy homes and renters for decades now to a degree that's like truly catastrophic, I think it's fair to say. I do worry that there is that the structural nature of public opinion now is negative in a way that makes even good governance not resonate with people, if that makes sense, or the structural limitations on governing, one of the two. That it's just very hard because of how many things contribute to a working class person who lives on Fordham Road being like, man, I am squeezed in every direction. Can Zohran Mamdani unilaterally make it so they don't feel that way? It's hard to say. Can they feel that I got a mayor who's trying to make my life better? Yes.
So translating this kind of communication from campaign to governance, not that many people have had to do it, but Obama had to do it, and I would say he failed to do that. I think the sense is that he was an amazing campaigner, and then given the reality of incremental victory, he was never sort of able to narrativize that
I think that's true.
in a way that could...
I do agree with this, but I mean, the biggest problem that Obama had was that, he campaigned on hope and change, and all the sort of like more left-leaning groups that were, stumping for Obama, he stymied them completely, like disbanded them, got rid of them. And also in terms of like the biggest economic crisis during the time, which was the 2008 recession, instead of like taking the two off-ramps in order to be able to, fix the problem, like he didn't. He furloughed the entirety of that crisis onto the homeowners instead of the banks. And that's the big problem there. And that's what basically sunk Obama. Like he was going to be cooked eventually. He got lucky in 2012 with Mitt Romney being such like an ostensible like moron that he was able to just like catch him there. I would say that's like more Obama just being a really good campaigner in that particular instance, but that not because of like I don't know anything in particular that Obama done. He did a lot of like incremental stuff that it's just like this is good, but it's not enough, right? And that's like the sort of like main problem with Obama, and this is like the attitude that he fucking goddamn catalyzed in the Democratic Party. It's just like this is good, but it's like nowhere near enough in order to meet the moment, and people need a moment to be met, and the Democrats are constantly failing at meeting said moment.
Ease the disappointment a lot of people felt, and I think that's in some ways why the liberals he represented after him for at least some time had a hard time, because he had raised hopes so high for a lot of people, and it's like things did change. I'm a big fan of Barack Obama. The overall character is a huge and ongoing achievement, but how do you narrativize the difference between people's hopes for your campaign and what they got? Donald Trump is interesting because he comes after Obama. He also makes huge, sweeping, wild promises. Obama never did, right? They don't build the wall. But Donald Trump has this way of communicating throughout his entire presidency. I mean, he loses re-election, right? So it doesn't work exactly. But
the thing is the problem here is that Trump has a cult. Like it's not the same, right? There's no Obama cult. There's no Biden cult. There's no Democratic cult, right? Like, can you make the argument that like vote blue no matter who voters are like a cult? Maybe, but it's like nowhere near as much as like it's nowhere near as much as the Republican Party, right? Like Trump has a cult. He speaks to them as if like they are a cult, like cult members, parts of a cult. Like that's the thing. Like conservatives have to sort of like believe in like cult belief in order to be able to, I don't know, like be excited. Like they can't run on cult. Like this is not how that works, right?
He is always, it's like sometimes a president, but he's not responsible for what happens. He's the deep state. So there was a narrative that Donald Trump maintained as president that allowed him to explain away the difference between what he attempted and what he achieved. And now Trump is president again, and he has much more control over the government. So it's not as much of a deep state narrative this time.
Although he has spent the last 24 hours railing against the intelligence apparatus.
Yes, exactly.
Like it's right. Very classic.
So yes, because they say that the Iranian strikes only set it back by a couple months, and he's saying it's false. So there's one is like, can you use it as a form of power? But then is, can you use it if you're not being able to get it done, right? Can you narrativize the grimy, gritty, just reality of governing in a way that maintains like the faith people have in you, even if you're not being able to deliver to them what you promised?
I think there's a few things I'd say about that. One, I think mayor is different than president in a lot of ways, partly because it is much more retail, and you can get a long way by showing up a lot. I mean, Eric Adams actually does it pretty well. And I thought
there's a club opening.
What's that? And this is Chuck Schumer's legendary talent, not as mayor, as senator, but before that as congressman. There is a little bit of a just trap that is difficult to avoid, which is like it will be more difficult to govern than it is to campaign always. Andrew Cuomo's father quite famously said we campaign in poetry and we govern in prose. And I think that part of the way I guess that you escape that trap is talented political communication. I mean, I really do. Like I think you have to do a good job. Like you can't be a total failure as a mayor, right? Like the city has to feel like you have to feel like there's tangible improvements in people's lives.
The Baileys, the Baileys.
You basically need both. I thought that the Mamdani video to close out the campaign where he walks the length of Manhattan and he's just like talking to people, dapping people up, eating a slice of pizza, drinking water, like that. You have to keep doing that, I think, to be an effective mayor. And I think that does actually allow you to narrativize. Yeah. Because it's like, I'm out here in the streets, and I'm talking to people, and I'm hearing what you're saying about what you're trying to do, and I'm communicating to you about what we're trying to do. The getting caught trying, I think, is sort of the key part of that.
But let me go back to the other question that I tucked in there, which is, I think there's something you're seeing from Trump right now, which is he actually has an instinct for how to turn policy that isn't affecting that many people into something that is potentially salient, which is to make it a performance.
Yeah, he performs everything,
So,
including war.
I watched the Majority Report.
The sending people to foreign prisons and having Kristi Noem like pose at them in her, in her flak jacket. That there's a way that he feels to me. I mean, he's a genuine attention motivator, so we will about Donald Trump.
Yeah,
and that he is trying to make much more of policy into a public performance. I mean, there is a reason.
I mean, Dr. Phil is embedded with the ICE teams.
Dr. Phil's embedded with the ICE teams. His cabinet is full of people from TV, be they reality TV stars from one period like Sean Duffy, all the way over to the Secretary of Defense, who's a weekend cable news host. So there is this way in which I think Trump has been trying to sort of square this. Like, most people will not feel the effect of most of his policies, but what if he can turn those policies into programming?
Yes, but here's the irony, right? Like,
okay, but that's because, like, again, people are just like criminally undereducated. This is a problem with education, right? Like, people don't understand these things because they're like too abstracted, and like it's very difficult for people. Like, again, the One Big Beautiful Bill was like 880 pages, okay? Like, Asmongold fucking complained about how many fucking pages it was, right? And it's like, ain't nobody got fucking time to read all that shit, right? And they're not gonna understand the language in it anyways, right? It's because it's difficult, like, prose and language. And that's on purpose. Like, part of it is performance. Yeah, I don't disagree with this, right? Like, Donald Trump's a TV personality, right? Like, his whole shtick is that, The Apprentice and stuff like that, and just being, like, kind of like a meme, like, if you just look at, like, his Truth Social posts, for fuck's sake, it's all just, like, complete, like, meme show, like, whatever bullshit, dog shit, whatever nonsense, and it's just, like, complete stupid idiocy. But the thing is, like, the reason why it's, like, difficult more and more than ever in order to sort of, like, communicate policy to people is because the criminal education, who do you blame for that? It's Bush and Ronald Reagan. The consequences of, like, what? State mandated fucking testing, no child left behind, and the destruction of the subsidies given to universities is going to, well, affect the American educational attainment for, well, still for generations to come, I would say. And do you think people like Linda McMahon are going to sort of, like, fix that problem? No, they're going to further privatize all that stuff. Like, it's silly. Like, that's how I at least see it. I see it as, like, a huge educational problem.
Like, he's at 10 points underwater, and, like, all this stuff's polling at exactly what you would predict from thermostatic public opinion. And from, like, the use of the bully pulpit. I mean, David Shore had a thing the other day about, one of the most consistent counterintuitive findings is that when a president talks about something, its negatives go up. Yep. Right? The sort of negative bully pulpit. And so now the question to me is, and this is the thing that I think feels very unresolved because of how sui generis Trump is and how sui generis his trajectory has been, is, like, does it net out as a positive? The question of attentional domination, he does it better than anyone. He is a genuine innovator and a weird genius for attention at a pathological and feral level that is not replicable. But the constant show, the constant conflict, like, his negatives are high. He lost re-election. He stuck around. He won. He almost immediately started to tank in the polls. He's a very polarizing figure. It works at some level. There's some power to it. But, like, how much does it work still remains unclear to me.
I think that's right. But what it works to do is set narrative. And that...
I feel like that's, like, not really addressing the problem with fascism in like, speaking. Like, Trump is a fascist. I don't think that's, like, hyperbole to say, right? Like, fascists, like, I don't want to say thrive in conflict, but desire conflict at all stages constantly, right? They are okay with the polarization because it foments conflict. Because, again, like, for the fascists to justify their positions, they have to be in battle at all times. They have to be militarized and ready to act upon a dime at all fucking times. Because, oh man, if you're not scared constantly all the time, like, you're going to lose everything. Everything's going to be lost. Blah 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 blah. That's a problem with fascism that, like, liberals are just not simply going to, like, really address and, like, ever, like, be able to take care of, right? Because a lot of it's, like, nonsensical and farcical when it comes from fascists. Like, it's ridiculous. It's silly, right? Like, but, like, it's one of those things where it's just like, well, it's a broader, like, more, I would say, like, baseline ideological thing with Trump at this point.
That is its own dimension of power. It's a kind of power that he exerts in a way few presidents do over culture. And I would say this is true for Mamdani, right? Mamdani as a discourse object. Trump is a discourse object, right? It's not like Zohran Mamdani is the only person who recently won a Democratic primary anywhere in the country. In Jersey, right, just over. Mikey Sherrill, just won, who's House member, just won the primary for governor. Sherrill, I think, is an incredibly impressive politician, a former Navy helicopter pilot, right? Like, I find her very, very, very charismatic.
Yeah, she's very good.
More on the moderate side of things, right? There was not a debate after those wins. Does every Democrat need to reckon with the victory of Sherrill in the way that right now there's a discourse of how does every Democrat and possibly every politician, possibly every human being need to reckon with what we just saw in this Democratic primary in New York City?
The governor, the former governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, who served...
I mean, to be fair, it's also probably because I think people are reckoning with it, Ezra, because of the fact that New York City is, like, the city. Like, if people think of a city across the world, they're going to think of New York. New York is one of the largest cities, well, in human history. It's a cultural icon, right? Like, you know, in like all the fucking like Marvel movies and shit like that, and it has representation in like so much media property, right? Like, it is a city of all time. It is a historical location, right? New York City. Everyone knows about fucking New York City, right? Like, if you talk about like anyone in the world, they're gonna like talk about New York City or Los Angeles, right? Because those are like the sort of like main sort of cultural items and sort of like beacons of the United States of America, right? Like, I think that's probably like the bigger reason. Like, no one really gives much of a shit at all about like, I don't know, moderate winning the governorship in New Jersey's like gubernatorial like prime. Who fucking cares about any of that shit? Okay, this is New York, where all the news anchors live, for example. So obviously they're gonna fucking talk about it, right? They're all in like fucking New York. That's where they're all stationed. It's like, if you think of like a city that's like shining on top of the hill, New York is that city. That sort of like American idea, right? That's like American dream, like personified, is New York City.
Terms in a state that Trump has won every time he's been on the ballot there, and left with, I think, 55, 56% approval rating. No one's like, we need to find the next Roy Cooper. Like, that guy, it's like, he was an insanely effective politician in very difficult terrain, and has none of these, like, attentionally salient qualities, right? And we talked about this last time, which is, like, high risk, high reward, high volatility stuff. Like, there are trade-offs here.
I guess this is where the question you were asking a minute ago feels like it bites to me, which is, you're saying, does this kind of attentional dominance net out as positive?
Right.
It can clearly win. It can clearly win primaries. It clearly can help you exert a cultural and narrative force.
And an ideological force.
And an ideological force, like above and beyond what you would be able to do, right? AOC is not like the only Democrat who has like knocked off another Democrat in primaries. She's not the only Democrat to win a House seat. She is incredibly salient as a national politician because of her ability to drive attention. And on the other hand, a lot, like, I recently was talking to a bunch of various people in the sort of New Democrats caucus, which is like the more moderate House Democrats caucus. And one thing that struck me, just talking to them, is a couple of them are very talented communicators, but they're actually, what most of them communicate in their bearing and the way they are, is not flashy, aggressive, ideological projects.
Right.
It's a kind of, like, this person might coach you a little league.
Yeah.
You know, and so these things work and don't work in different places. And I don't think we have a good way of answering the question of, like, when is it valuable to drive this kind of attention, and when is it
okay, so here's what I would say. I think one place where it matters is dead.
I think it's because, like, generally, it's because moderate politics is dead. No one cares about fucking centrism. Let's be honest here, right? Everyone fucking hates centrists. No one likes neoliberalism. It's a dying ideology, right? So that's why they're like, yeah, they could be, all those guys within that caucus could be like an incredibly effective communicators and like politically efficacious and stuff like that. The problem is that like no one gives a shit about like moderate politics, like, because let's be honest here, all the news media, generally speaking, like bludgeons you over the head with like moderate politics. It's all about being centrist, moderate, and everyone's just like kind of like probably got like an idea in their head saying like, well, why does nothing ever fucking happen? Why does everything fucking suck in this goddamn country? It's because of all these like moderate fucking politicians. Like, fuck these guys. Fuck the moderation, okay? We want something radical. We want something energized. Something, give us something like, give us battle or some shit. No more of this like namby-pamby, pimbly-wimbly fucking bullshit, right? Like, people are just tired of like incrementalism around the edges. They want someone who's actually going to significantly uproot the status quo. That's what people want.
Presidential politics. Yes. So I think presidential politics, like, there's just no question that it matters at that level. And you need someone who is a insanely skilled communicator with an incredible appetite and instinct for attention. The kind of person who wants to go do 3-hour podcast interviews.
Yes.
I think if you have a person who's not that, you're really in trouble. The other thing that I think is worth considering is the valence of incumbent versus challenger, where I actually think this sort of is interesting to think about. I think this kind of attentional dominance works better as a challenger than an incumbent.
Sure.
For exactly the reason we're talking about, right? So like, we're seeing right now Donald Trump recreate some of the thermostatic public opinion on immigration that he had the first term, which was part of what drove Democrats to adopting a line on immigration that was to the left of what their previous line had been, partly along the lines of how public opinion had changed in recoiling in horror at what Donald Trump was doing on immigration. So my point being here is that there are more...
I don't agree with this. I don't think so, right? Like, Democrats retreated in terms of like, Title 42 was still kept in place, right? Like, quite literally, Title 42 was still kept in place by Joe Biden, like, generally speaking, which is why like a lot of immigrant communities felt abandoned by the Democratic Party, and you know, like, felt like maybe something will change under Trump for some fucking bumblefuck reason, right? Because they got abandoned, they felt abandoned. It's like, you know, they operated on the idea, it's just like, well, you know, Donald Trump is just going to go after those illegals, He's not gonna go after me, guys. Probably not. Which was ludicrous, right? It's like, you think about that for 3 seconds, like, that's silly, right? Like, it's pretty obvious and clear. Like, Donald Trump doesn't, like, pussyfoot around with the shit like that. But it's just like, the alternative is just, like, more of the exact same, right? And those, like, ideas are now being more, like, sort of, like, cemented by, in the minds of, like, average people as, like, oh, well, you know, the Democrats also are not going to be great on immigration either. So it's like, whatever. Because, damn, maybe we should have gotten rid of fucking Title 42 and all this other, like, bullshit that the Republicans wanted in terms of, like, immigration, because it was like it was a total red herring that the Republicans were complaining about anyways, because of, again, I've talked about this before, but the 2019 Venezuelan coup with, like, all the people that came in from via TPS, right? Why were a lot of them Venezuelan? Because of this. I don't know why my computer's being so slow right now, Jesus Christ. But it's because of this shit. This uprising attempt, this shit right here, this is why. Why did a lot of Venezuelans come over from Venezuela into the U.S.? Why was there a big migrant wave, right? We can pull up the TPS chart as well, right? Of the 1.2 million sort of, like, migrants that came up, like, I think about, like, 700,000 of them was, about 700,000 of them were Venezuelans. Why? Because of this coup attempt that Donald Trump was doing with Juan Guaido and, like, 3 other dudes in a trench coat, right? Man, I wonder why it's a lot of Venezuelans that are being accepted via TPS because of that coup attempt. Because Donald Trump was mad that his coup attempt didn't work, so he slapped a bunch of harsh sanctions on Venezuela, which caused their economy to go into hyperinflation. And a lot of people left as a result. And then, well, Biden, now having to be saddled with all these, like, migrants that are coming in now, whoa, let in a bunch of them via TPS for the Republicans to, you know, scream and preen about politically all the time, saying, like, look at Joe Biden bringing in all these illegals. It's like, well, you're directly responsible for that. But again, like, the Democrats were okay with the Venezuelan coup attempt, so they're not going to communicate the fact that, well, this is why you did a coup attempt. Like, this is what happened. But the Democrats are okay with that coup attempt because they also wanted to depose Nicolas Maduro. Again, this is where the coalescing interests of the Democrats and the Republicans are actively, well, let's be honest here, snubbing the Democrats even more, right? Because now this is a political talking point that Trump can use in order to bludgeon the heads over with Democrats for. It's bullshit, it's nonsense, but again, since the Democrats were actually, in fact, okay with this coup attempt that Donald Trump was doing and the subsequent sanctions on the Maduro regime, as a result of this complete utter failure, well, it makes it such that they're essentially the ones holding the political bag on that one and have to dance to the tune of, well, Republicans on that one.
Upsides to downsides of the challenger for this high volatility, high risk, high reward attentional trade than there are for the incumbent. And so they work better for the challenger than they do for the incumbent.
I also think there's a dimension here where this is very, very, very valuable in primaries.
Yeah.
Everything we were saying a minute ago about policy that becomes mimetic is policy that unlocks a lot of attention, usually through controversy, where some people really like it and other people really hate it. And what you're hoping to do when you unleash that kind of attentional energy, that kind of conflict energy, is that there are more people who really like the thing than really hate it. And the trade that you often see some of these candidates make is they are unleashing energy in the primary that might hurt them in the general.
Yeah.
So it is a often made observation about Donald Trump that he seems to underperform in the general. He's incredibly dominant at the primary level, but Trump and then candidates like him who are less talented than him, MAGA candidates, tend to underperform in the general. Right? You know, I think a lot of people believe, and I'm one of them, that if Republicans had run Marco Rubio in 2016, they would have won by more. And I actually think that's true in 2024 also. They run Nikki Haley, if they run Ron DeSantis, they would have won by more. Like, the conditions were there for that. Trump creates a lot of negative attention on him in general elections. New York is weird in a lot of ways, but one is that just the expectation is, if you have won the Democratic primary, you have won. Right? The fact that that is not a complete expectation with Mamdani speaks to the way that there's at least a belief that he will generate counter mobilization against him at a higher rate than like a Bradlander would, than some of these other candidates, but it'll probably be okay for him.
That is a conventional wisdom nowadays. I don't disagree with this, but I'm not sure, like, is Zohran Mamdani really a polarizing figure within New York City politics as compared to, like, an Andrew Cuomo? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Right? Like, scandal-ridden, just terrible campaigner, just bad politician generally is what Andrew Cuomo is. Zohran doesn't really have that exact same baggage. Yeah, like that's perfect. Alex. Yeah, he's polarizing to them centrists in the media, not to people. Yeah, exactly. The question then becomes: is Zohran going to be able to bring out enough people? And so far, with what we've seen, with what with what the primary has shown, he's bringing out people. People bring power. Money also does as well. But you have to suppress the people in order for money to bring power. You have to suppress money for the people to bring power, kind of a deal. You know, it's the whole Marxist dynamic, right? Kind of a deal. You know, the power of capital versus the power of people, kind of a deal. You know, political economy, yada, 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 right? Like, he's not really a polarizing figure, not to like average New Yorkers. I don't think so, right? Like, he's gonna keep doing this, like, I don't know, probably walking around, talking with people, making more viral content, yada, yada, yada. And he's probably going to bring out, I think, like, more people to want to vote for him, instead of like wanting to bring out people to, I don't know, vote against him, right? Because that's the dynamic with Trump. He brings out people to want to vote against him. I think Mamdani represents the exact opposite dynamic. He will bring out more people to vote for him by, and this is what the left has been constantly saying, meeting where people are at and talking about the issues that they care about.
For him in New York City, because again, it's so dominated by Democrats. But this sort of thing where there's a question of how do you stand out in a primary campaign in a non-representative electorate.
I can't believe that
agrees with you much more than the general electorate will. But then if you've done that, then what do you do with these positions you've taken, particularly if you're dealing with the general electorate that is not all the way to your side? So I always think, like, just to finish this one example, is in Ohio, when J.D. Vance ran for Senate, Mike DeWine, who's like an intentionally not very skilled, kind of more older school Republican, he was governor. He won his re-election campaign that year by like 20-ish points. Vance underperformed in the Senate race. I mean, he won, but it was by 6, 7, 8 points. It was not an amazing performance, in part because he had taken very, very MAGA positions. Now, it has worked out for J.D. Vance, but not in the sense that J.D. Vance overperforms with general election audiences. Like, this is where it's like, it's an uncertain trade a lot of the time.
It's a really uncertain trade. And I think to add one wrinkle here that I think is interesting and slightly wheezy but worthwhile is that, you know, New York City has ranked choice voting. The ranked choice voting allows voters to rank 5 different candidates. That created some interesting incentives that are a little different in this race that I actually think worked against part of what you're saying there, which is like being the biggest bomb thrower is the most distinguishing. But the way ranked choice voting works is you don't want to alienate other people's supporters because you want them to rank you second or third or fourth. And one of the things I thought was very interesting about how Mamdani navigated this, and I think huge props here to Brad Lander, who came in third in the sort of first round of voting, was that there was all these cross endorsements and this sort of coalition building. So it wasn't just
coalition building is important.
There's a kind of politics you see particularly in Republican primaries where like the rest of these people are sellouts and I'm the truest MAGA, you know? There kind of wasn't that. Mamdani wasn't running against like the Democratic
Brad Lander, let's go. And Mike, listen, can't forget our boy Michael Blake as well. That's true. You know, cross endorsements, it works. You know, coalitions, they're what win politics. That's what wins elections and stuff like that. You know, coalition building, alliance building, stuff like that.
Establishment. He wasn't running against like there wasn't this kind of like. You see this amongst the sort of left flank of the Democratic Party of like these corporate sellouts, like they suck. There was not very much of that. There was directed at Cuomo, but it was a pretty like he cross-endorsed other candidates as well. And I think the reason that's salient for the general is that it's in a primary, but it's also coalition building. Yeah, and I think that coalition building actually ends up.
You know what? The video of like Andrew Cuomo going to vote and saying like I'm only ranking myself, right? Even like that dumbass Whitney Tilson who tried to do everything possible to simp for Andrew Cuomo. Yeah, Andrew Cuomo didn't fucking reciprocate any of that shit. Didn't give a fuck about any of that stuff, right? It really tells you just how much that man Andrew Cuomo was just trying to like fucking coast off of his like. It's like I'm Andrew Cuomo. I used to be governor. Heckin' epic, woohoo! So you know he got like trounced as a result.
Being extremely important in general. Which, by the way, New York City had 5 straight terms of Republican mayor. Let's not forget.
Yes.
So like the idea that like the expectation is the Democrat wins is like a fairly recent vintage. Like Giuliani won twice. Bloomberg was 3 terms. That was 20 years in a row of Republican mayor.
I think some of his people will not like hearing me say this. I read Mamdani as a left pluralist, not a left populist.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is to say that people, I think, have very, very shifty definitions of populism, but in its classic definition, like what actually makes somebody a populist politician is not that they believe in redistribution or believe that the working man is getting screwed a bit. It's that they believe that the system is built around like a true people and then the sort of like small conspiratorial enemies of the people who are keeping everybody else down. And if you just break through them and have your villains and destroy your villains, you can sort of hit the more utopic politics you're looking for.
That's not what populism is. Like populists are people who advocate for popular policy, generally speaking. If you are a populist, generally what you are going to do it's like very often in terms of rhetoric that populists use, they talk about this is not what populism is. They will use like enemies in order to have a rallying cry for popular policy, but that's not what populism is. Populists are people who only advocate for, popular policy. If it is popular with people, then a populist is going to be in favor, which is why it is possible to not only have right-wing populists, because right-wing policy can be popular amongst people, but generally speaking, most left-wingers tend to be populist. And the reason for that is because A, they actually believe in people power, right? And B, left-leaning policy is popular with people. That is why populism works as like a sort of like kind of general political ideology. It's not about like enemy class distinctions, generally speaking. No, that's like more socialist and Marxist sort of critiques and stuff like that, which like Zohran like sort of incorporates. He talks about it, you know, he doesn't shy away from such distinctions, right? But it's not about like populism or pluralism. Like, I mean, we can look up the definition of populism as well, right? Like they are people who advocate for popular policy. Yeah, it is a contested concept. Yeah, used to refer to a variety of political stances that emphasize the idea of the common people. Populism is a contested concept used to refer to a variety of political stances that emphasize the idea of the common people, and often this group, and often position this group in opposition to a perceived elite. So that is generally the sort of rallying cry, right? That a lot of populists use. It is frequently associated with anti-establishment and anti-political sentiment. See, this is where I don't like necessarily even agree with this like definition here. Again, like populists push for popular policy. They use the elite as a sort of like rallying cry in order to get, well, you know, popular. That's not like even this definition is not exactly accurate. Like, it's unfortunate. Refers to a range of political stances that emphasize the idea of the people, often juxtaposed against the elite. Then ideology defends the pure people versus the corrupt elite. Political program or movement that champions or claims to champion the common person. Yes, I do like this definition probably a bit more because, yeah, claims to champion, which describes right-wing populists pretty much accurately because they claim to champion the cause of the common people and then they snub the common cause of the people all the fucking time. Why is my computer so slow right now? But why? I really have no idea why my computer's just like slowing down as much as it is. Yeah, populism, political program or movement that champions or claims to champion the common person, usually by a favorable contrast with the real or perceived elite or establishment. Populist usually combines elements of the left and right. The problem that I have with this is that like it's not mentioning how like the right they're just charlatans and liars. So opposing large businesses and financial interests but also frequently being hostile to established liberal, socialist, and labor parties. Yeah, so this is like the sort of like more conservative definition of fucking populism, of which I don't necessarily agree with. But no, generally speaking, like, because I don't think right-wingers are populists at all, right? So that's like the broader definition that I like prefer working off of with populism is people who advocate for popular policy, right? People who push for what is popular amongst people, whether that be, you know, said through polling or what have you, blah, 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 blah. People who push for those policies are populists, right? Generally speaking. And, you know, this can be like a whole mishmash, like complete like nonsense, right? And a lot of the time that real or perceived elite or establishment, like, very often this is used as the main sort of political rallying cry to get people to, well, on your side. That's kind of the point of it.
I've seen many like right populists and left populists. Mamdani's, what struck me often about his affect, which I thought was a bit of a TikTok affect. Because TikTok, I mean, TikTok is like its whole thing, and it doesn't really work this way anymore. But for a very long time, they were really pushing it to be a positive platform. Yeah. Right? Like they positioned it algorithmically against what was happening on Twitter and Facebook and other things at that time. Mamdani always seemed much more motivated by his sympathies than his resentments. And Cuomo felt to me much more motivated by his resentments than his sympathies. And this also then played into the RCV dynamic you're discussing, which is, I think it would have been natural to assume that these other more establishment, long-serving New York politicians would be likelier to cross-endorse and work with the front-runner, former governor, right, who could both in theory give them more because he was likely to be elected for most of the campaign, but also somebody they would have known better because he's been in New York politics forever. And to me, this was both like politically meaningful and substantively meaningful because it undercut the central argument of Cuomo's candidacy. They all hated, not all Jessica Ramos endorsed him, but like they largely really, really disliked him. Like Brad Lander, like really clearly dislikes Cuomo, and so do a lot of them. Like they did not want Cuomo ranked. So it created this interesting space where the dynamics were not.
Well, I mean, I think it's even as you mentioned before, Ezra, right? He's scandal-ridden. He's like very vindictive. Cuomo is a very, very petty man, right? Like, if people don't like him, and again, the only reason why Jessica Ramos even like probably ranked Cuomo at all, or endorsed Cuomo, I think, is just because she doesn't like AOC. She was being spiteful of AOC. That is why Jessica Ramos like decided to stump for fucking Cuomo or sponsor fucking Cuomo. Like, there's like no like I don't know. I assume there's probably no like ideological predilection there for her, but like she just did that out of spite of AOC. Like, that's the only reason. So, but the thing is like Cuomo is just like an ostensibly like odious figure that nobody fucking likes. He's scandal-ridden, he's petty, he's vindictive, he's difficult to work with. People, broadly speaking, do not like him because he just exudes like terrible qualities as a person. That's why people don't like him.
You would have thought in a left insurgent versus Democratic establishment race.
And there's this validation role that ends up happening, which is like, if you're hearing that the guy's this like terrifying, scary figure who's an extremist, but then the other candidates in the field are cross-endorsing with him and cheering with him, like it makes it much harder for that to land. And I think, again, to Mamdani's credit, I agree with you that he does not have a kind of like, I think it's well said that he's sort of animated by sympathies as opposed to resentments. His affect is welcoming and pluralistic, and also not like they're out to get me. Like he really just does not portray that at all, which I think can be a real problem for a certain form of kind of left populist politics. Like, it's a rigged system, it's all rigged, the fix is in, which again, he got $25 million dropped on his head. Super PAC money. Bloomberg wrote a $5 million check like 2 weeks. Like, there was a little bit of a rigged game against him, but he did not let that. If you look at that again, if you look at that walking the length of Manhattan video, the affect there is welcoming and inclusive of all kinds.
But this is where I don't want to over Marshall McLuhan, everything. It's going to be medium message and every shape by the mediums, because obviously a lot of people on TikTok or in vertical video who are not like Zohran Mamdani, don't even follow.
I don't know. Like, the thing with like the enemy sort of distinction here is, again, like, it can be it just depends on the campaign, right? Like, Zohran Mamdani would talk about the effects of billionaires, right? But he's not like, he talked about like DoorDash, Cuomo's super PACs, Bill Ackman. He talked about all these people, all these interests, right? Like, he didn't make it like a sort of like mainstay of his campaign. He would talk about it. He would do the sort of like populist sort of like rigmarole, right? But like, because I do think that Zohran is a populist, right? He adopted like multiple parts of the strategy. He was pluralistic. He was also like populist. He just wanted to activate people who were, well, disenfranchised, right? By the fact that Democrats are not doing anything, by making it look like he actually believes in things and wants to do something. Because again, the sort of attitude that exists around Democrats nowadays is that they're just like do nothing, like namby-pamby, pimbly-wimbly fucking losers, right? That's the problem that people have with Democrats. They thought that Zohran's actually going to do stuff and improve material conditions, and he's going to like do something. But people don't have that about like the general sort of Democrats because, well, they don't really want to do anything.
What I'm talking about, but I believe this strongly, that the rise of populist right and to a lesser extent populist left politics all across the world, all at the same time, I believe the single strongest force there was not just immigration, and it wasn't. I mean, you can really look at this in the data. It was not economics. Right. I think it was the rise of these central communication platforms of politics being high conflict, high engagement, like compressed text platforms. And I think those platforms, in a way that we do not have incredibly good even language for, are somewhat illiberal in their design. That they are, and by that I mean that they are structured in a way that makes the fundamental temperament of liberalism hard to do. They're not well suited.
Well, the thing is that people they just don't like that stuff anymore because liberalism is not addressing their material conditions. Like, right-wing populists lie about trying to address people's material conditions. At least they fucking talk about it. Liberals are not interested in addressing material conditions. That's the main problem.
For deliberation. They're not well suited for tolerance, right? They're not well suited for on the one hand, on the other hand, right? The things that make deliberative liberal democracy kind of function, those habits of mind, the way you hear when like Barack Obama.
Yeah, but people don't want like on one hand or the other hand. People want material change. That's what they want, right? Like, again, this is just a fundamental problem with like neoliberals in general, right? How they're like conservatives, right? Who want to maintain the fucking status quo. People don't want the status quo. That's the problem, Ezra. People are done and sick and tired of, well, the status quo.
Barack Obama's not good at Twitter. He's just not. Twitter's bad.
No, he's
right?
not.
It's terrible. Because they're about groups. They're about engagement like within and then against other groups. They're about like drawing these lines very, very carefully. And I think they just create by nature a more populist form of politics, or at least they create a communicative structure of politics where it is easier for outside populist politicians to thrive. The thing coming after it, which I don't know if it will hold this way, but this kind of vertical, like when you look at TikTok, when you look at Instagram Reels, again, it's not that no content is high conflict political content, but most of it just isn't. It's much more like day in the life stuff. It's very highly visual. And you just kind of saw that a little bit in this campaign. I think there was something in the grammar of Mamdani that was so inflected by that era. I mean, he's like really our first Vine politician.
Yeah.
Like, people forget all this, but I think there was something there. His grammar was not Twitter's grammar.
Kind of goofy, kind of like,
grammar was TikTok's grammar.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point. I mean, I'm sort of thinking this through. So I think I agree that social media as constituted over the last decade is structurally illiberal. I think I agree with that. Relentlessly, algorithmically competitive attention markets are going to drive towards the parts of us as ourselves that are the furthest from deliberation.
Yes.
Right? So like I have a whole chapter in the book.
Guys, there might be a problem with hyper commodified media. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It seems like there might be an issue with hyper commodified media that you guys are just not going to address.
About Lincoln Douglas debates and like how different that is. Not that that should be the model for everything. So I agree with that. I think I'm sort of thinking through this idea of the visual grammar and kind of like affect of the vertical video as being less conflict populist in its nature, which I think is a really interesting idea. I mean, one thought I had, and you just said that about Barack Obama's bad at Twitter, is that it was funny. I watched the whole Mamdani speech, and I was like, it's fine. He's not great at giving a speech. Like, Barack Obama was great at giving a speech. That is not his method.
There are great 1-minute clips in his speeches, though.
There are great 1-minute clips in his speeches, but like his speech performance, his vertical video performance is a 10 of 10. His speech performance was not a 10 of 10 to me, and I think that speaks to something about the nature of that. And I think you're right that like I guess here's the one counterpoint I would say.
Well, I think it's because like people are just like sick and tired of like conventional politicians, because like conventional politics and politicians are just not working anymore, right? Like that's why people are just sick and tired. Again, it's about the economy, stupid.
To me, like there are ways in which those algorithms over time, and partly this has to do with the weird black box of the algorithm, right? Is they do start to get more and more conflict embracing, because the like clapback video and the posting of the comment, if someone said something and then you like respond to the comment and it's up there in a window, and the stitching became this thing that like really generates conflict. Like here's this like dumb clueless person saying this thing, and I come in and I stitch and talk about how stupid they are. So I do think there's still that incentive, but I think you're right that overall the vibes directionally in vertical video right now are more positive than the vibes of, say, the cesspool that is X.
It's also, the other thing here, just reality, is it's more capacious. I mean, the fundamental reality of the Twitter text box, I mean, it's a little less true now, but it still is basically true, is its compression mechanism.
Yeah.
And the move towards languid podcasting, where we're just like sitting here vibing for 2 hours, or longer, right? I was amazed, I knew this was out there, but on the other side, when it did, some of these podcasts, like Lex Friedman and others, where it's like, you really do 3 to 4 hours. But even in this, like what you can do, like you can put up, 6-minute videos. I mean, I have videos that go on TikTok that are 6-12 minutes. Actually, a lot can be in there.
Yeah.
It is not that it is compressed compared to the Lincoln Douglas debates, but it is a lot less compressed than what the original Instagram box allowed you, than what the dominant for a very long time Twitter box allowed you, than what a Facebook post offered. And then, I mean, what Mamdani's doing a ton of was podcasting.
Yeah.
Right.
And then getting clipped from that.
And then it gets clipped, but it does come in the context, of these sort of much longer conversations.
Do you have any clippers?
I actually find it very hard to maintain. I've had many people into the show because they are such harsh critics of me, and I find that they find it very hard to maintain criticism when you're in a sort of extended social dynamic.
Devious of you.
Well, it's not so much a problem. Sometimes I have to like, remember you hate, right? Like we're here to talk about this. But these things, you just really see when you do that, like how much mediums shape us all.
Yeah.
And so it's not that it's all vertical videos can be sunny, right? It just is.
Trying to think, like he's saying, like it's a lot difficult for people to maintain their criticisms. Like I don't know, like probably not of like he had a debate with like Sam Cedar, and Sam Cedar just I don't know. They didn't really like go at each other all that hard. Like it wasn't like internet like blood sports or whatever, because that's not really Sam Cedar's style. I mean, Sam Cedar's been in the game for like 20 fucking years, right? He's been a radio host for like what, pretty much the entirety of his life, right? Like. Not exactly. I mean, I guess it depends on who, right?
Going to be different in ways I'm not even sure we're quite ready to understand politics.
Yes, I totally go with that. And I also think that, like, there's a sort of, I'm just sort of spitballing here, so I can hear already in my head the academics who study this being like, you're totally wrong. But let me just throw this out. Like, we've got the kind of like semi-apocryphal story of the 1960 debate with Nixon and Kennedy, and how people listened to Nixon won and people that watched Kennedy won. And like,
if you go watch that debate, Nixon just does not look that bad to me.
No, I agree.
A few times, and Nixon looks totally.
No, the reason I say apocryphal is I'm not even sure it's true. It's sort of become this kind of mythos about how this works, and it's capturing the central sort of McLuhan insight about like how the medium structures this. There was this kind of there's a sort of pre-literate politics in America when you have a very small percentage of voters who can actually read. Then you have like the beginnings of radio politics, and people know about the fireside chat. Television is totally transformative to American politics. The first wave of internet politics that lasts for a very long time is written politics. It's the politics of text. I mean, all the stuff that's happening with like blogs when we came up, and Facebook posts and all this stuff. We are now moving, like we're going through this transformation where everything will be video. I mean, at least for the foreseeable future. Who knows? These trends change on a dime. I think it's interesting to consider what that does, right? Like, is the media strategy too? Okay, I'm recruiting candidates, people that can get attention. Those are going to be scarier propositions, because part of attention is sometimes conflict, provocation, views that are not boring, that jump out at you, and interviews and talking to a lot of people where you might say something that is a quote-unquote gaffe, or that people don't like, or offend certain people. The institutional orientation of the Democratic Party is like, no. And I think there's a great example of this with Mamdani down the stretch. If we talk about his media, he went everywhere. He said yes to everything. He gave an interview to a Pakistani news channel in Urdu. Have you seen this? No. At some level, I was like, why are you doing this? Was down the stretch just like in the last week. But it's like, right, maybe that gets back to Urdu-speaking New Yorkers who share the clip. Like, he then also goes on mainstream, he goes on alternative, he goes on subjects, and then he does the Bulwark. Now the Bulwark is like sort of a centrist, center-right, anti-Trump network.
Center-left. I'm at this point.
Okay, fine. It's center-left at this point. It's in the big.
I love the boy. Tim Miller's great, but
it's in the big Democratic.
It's in the anti-Trump tent.
It's in the anti-Trump, strongly in the anti-Trump tent, but it is founded by people who used to be Republicans and whose feelings about, say, Israel tend more towards the right of the Democratic coalition. And they asked him this question about this phrase, globalize the intifada, which is a very popular phrase at protests on the left. And
not the globalize intifada stuff. No.
good intent, but there's certainly some people who are saying that phrase with violent intent. So I wonder what you think about that.
He gives an answer that starts off with, I thought, a very long and good thing about Jewish safety and the Jewish folks that he's talked to in New York City.
And just a few weeks ago, I had a conversation with a Jewish man in Williamsburg who told me that the same door he would keep unlocked for decades is one that he now locks out of a fear of what could happen in his own neighborhood.
And then he basically says, look, Intifada is Arabic for struggle, and that in fact word is used in the Holocaust Museum website to mean struggle.
The very word.
Again, like the thing is, like this whole globalized the Intifada bullshit is just like it's like 2003 like Iraq war like Islamophobia fucking bullshit. It's complete fucking nonsense, dude. Like it's fucking stupid. It's like, dude, like why are we doing this like 3 IQ bullshit where it's just like history's rhyming again, doesn't repeat but it likes to rhyme kind of a deal, you know?
Been used by the Holocaust Museum when translating the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising into Arabic because the word that means struggle.
Sure.
And as a Muslim man who grew up post 9/11, I'm all too familiar in the way in which Arabic words can be twisted, can be distorted, can be used to justify any kind of meaning. Yep. And I think that's where it leaves me with a sense that what we need to do is focus on keeping Jewish New Yorkers safe. And the question of the permissibility of language is something that I haven't ventured.
And the headline that comes out from it, I don't think it was a great answer, to be very clear, is refuses to condemn globalizing Intifada. And so I thought to myself, I'm like, oh, okay, so now we're seeing the cost, right? Like we've seen the benefit.
I think the answer is fine. I disagree with this. Like, I think the answer is totally okay. The problem is that, like, again, it's like it's a fucking conniption. It's a schizophrenic, like, conniption that these, fear that these people are, it's complete fear-mongering. It's nonsense, right? Like, there's no basis for any of this stuff. Intifada is a fucking word, okay? It can mean certain things at certain times. This is just how the dynamics of language works, okay? Like, do we need to be like, what, like fucking linguistic prescriptivists or some shit? Like, this word clearly must always mean this thing at this time, at all times. It always means only this. It's like, no, it's fucking, language is free-flowing and dynamic. It changes given the time. Like, if certain things can mean certain things at particular times, like, that's just how language is. That's how language always has been. Words change. They mean things at a particular time. They mean different things at another time, right? Like with current like lingo and shit like that, like cinema or cooked or cucked or whatever. Language means things at different times and different places. Like that's the dynamics of language. And again, the only reason why Intifada means the things that it does is because of the complete like nonsense fear-mongering that was ginned up due to Iraq war, like a Patriot Act, like tier bullshit. That's why everyone's just like, Intifada means it's a stinky word that obviously means jihad, and it's obviously always bad at all times. It's obviously stinky and it's bad. It's just like, no, it has a very specific meaning, but that means certain things. You're just twisting it to mean something else. It's not honest, right? It can mean certain things at particular times. Depends on how someone's using it in a sentence. But that's just a language thing. Like that's just linguistics. Like I don't know, cope about it.
He's been everywhere. But going everywhere means you might have a news cycle where you say something like that. And I think it's pretty striking that he went anyway, because I do think the old way of thinking is like say no to 10 things if it means that you never have the news cycle about globalizing Intifada. And him embracing the strategy he did meant that he had a news cycle in a city with 1 million Jewish voters. Where like people's views on this can be very strong. That was all about him refusing to condemn globalizing Intifada, a kind of nightmare scenario for a political staffer on that campaign. A genuine nightmare
But again, it's fear-mongering bullshit, right? Like, it's nonsense. That's the thing.
Yeah. That didn't have the effect that I think a lot of people
maybe implies the politics of that are not what people think they are. Yes. I will say, I will only speak for myself on this. So my priors on Andrew Cuomo, I was not like an incredible fan of his governorship from afar, back when he was being talked about as presidential candidate, and then everything that happened led to his resignation, struck me as really kind of upsetting. Two things turned, but I was sort of, I'm open to people's redemption, right? If he wants to run a great campaign and he's learned a lot, like, maybe he'll be there, who knows? I don't think you can have I think you have to be open to redemption. Two things about that campaign. One was that the number of people, even people who endorsed Cuomo, who talked to me about his cruelty or his tendency for revenge, like I had somebody tell me he was a sociopath and then endorse him a couple of days later. And like that was like one line that I just couldn't get over, right? Somebody who this is the way they've treated people in public life. Like that's a bar. I want candidates.
Okay, I am glad that at least Ezra is bringing up the fact that Andrew Cuomo is an extremely fucking petty, vindictive fucking loser. Like he's petty, he's violent, he's a loser. He's a very sore loser, and he will do anything possible in order to just get revenge on people. And at some point you just kind of have to like stand up to like someone who's just like a dumb fuck bully, and just be like, you know what, fuck you. You're an asshole. You don't act like this. Go fuck yourself, you little shit. And that's kind of like the sort of attitude I want to catalyze, broadly speaking, in terms of like a lot of like the right-wing, like rightward shifts that generally speaking sort of happen here. It's like, you know what, fuck you. I hate you people. You guys are assholes. You shouldn't be acting like this. You had parents. Fuck is wrong with you?
But the other thing that like actually closed it, that made it for me that would not rank him, was the way he used his Israel campaign. Like, I'm a Jewish person. I have very, very deep feelings about what's happening in Israel and Gaza, and I found it so cynical so repulsive. Just such a vicious way to weaponize, I thought, both sort of Mamdani's ethnicity, but also, I don't know, what's happening in Gaza is a horror. People should be horrified. The mayor of, like, the whole thing just struck me as gross. And I knew a lot of people for whom it read that way. The thing in the debates, where the guy who fighter were, like, visiting Israel.
What's the first country you're going to visit?
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I've said in the UJA questionnaire that I believe that you need not travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is what I will be doing as the mayor. I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
As a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
He won't say it has a right to exist as a Jewish state.
And his answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
Well, I mean, that's quite literally like the Ilan Popeye thing. I know like a bunch of like dumb fuck left wingers are just like saying like, no, you're not supposed to say that Israel is supposed to can't exist as like a state. It's just like, that's not gonna fucking work, you idiots. Like, politics, okay? Politics, okay? Think like politically for like 3 seconds. If he says that, there's gonna be like it's gonna be a complete media shitstorm, right? Like, that would be potentially a problem. Like, the globalize the Antifada stuff is like very, very defensible. Stuff like that's going to be way, way more difficult of a needle to thread. Like, there is a needle that you can't thread, but, like, that's not really going to work. Given the fact that how much the Overton window has shifted significantly in terms of, like, Palestinian rights and liberation and stuff like that, and how, like, polarized people are against Israel, in, like, a standard sort of, like, political media environment, like, saying that, like, Israel shouldn't exist as a state... Not quite there yet. Not quite there yet.
That's what he was trying to say.
It was such an obvious political game.
Yeah, it was deathlessly cynical. Yes. And I have to say, I mean, it was also comical on a certain level. Like, to me, I mean, like, my formative years were spent at, like, Shabbat dinner at my friends' houses and going to bar mitzvahs and being in this milieu of Jewish New York. And it's incredibly precious to me, and I feel like incredible, like, profound gratitude and affection for that. And, you know, my wife's half Jewish. Like, I'm not like doing the bonafide, but it's close to me. Like, I'm not Jewish, but it's a culture that I like love deeply and feel bound to. And so, yeah, I found it deathlessly cynical. Deathlessly cynical. I mean, comical to the point also where the other thing that complicated this, and this is an interesting angle of this whole thing, is that Andrew Cuomo, like me, is a paisan from New York. The guy's not Jewish.
Yeah, Brad Lander, who cross-endorsed Mamdani, is Jewish and very devoted to questions around Israel.
He's also the highest-ranking Jewish official in New York City.
Yeah.
And so you have Andrew Cuomo. Like, I'm like, what are we doing here? Andrew Cuomo is browbeating.
A lot of the things that...
Oh, yeah, that was some, like... That's been pretty much Andrew Cuomo's campaign, is just browbeating people about fucking Israel. Because, again, like... of the fucking goddamn protests that happened, right? Like, that's like what's catalyzed that in particular. All about the fucking goddamn protests on university campuses. And going along with the Zionist schizophrenic conspiracy theories that they're not, we're not safe on university campuses because all these damn people in their drum circles are saying, that they hate me, they're gonna kill me, And it's just like, that's not even true, man. Like, what do you mean? And, like, a lot of, like, Democratic establishment politicians and shit like that decided to, like, go along with this, like, idiotic, like, nonsense. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you saying? This is, like, complete nonsense. Like, bro, you're fighting ghosts. You're fighting ghosts, my dude.
It happened in his campaign happened on, like, a literal level and a metaphorical symbolic level at the same time. And one thing that I thought about that moment when Mamdani didn't condemn globalizing Intifada was it had this quality of, this is what he believes. He is not going to sell out a politics and a community who he either belongs to or has very, very deep sympathy for why they feel the way they do. And with Cuomo, like, I'm not saying that he does not have, like, beliefs about Israel, but it felt like the Oppo researchers had come to him with a packet, and he was now going to use what was in the packet. And a lot of things are...
Oh, you're like right there, Ezra. You're right there, bud. You're right there in recognizing the main fundamental problems that people are having with the Democratic Party is the fact that it's so ridiculously fucking consultant brain to the point that it believes in nothing. That's the main fucking problem with the Democratic Party, and Cuomo is like the perfect sort of like encapsulation of complete utter deference to consultancy brain.
Or not. I mean, we can talk about the popularity of different ideas, but some things are also just communicating what kind of person you are. But also, I've been very interested by the way that Israel and Gaza have become highly kind of symbolic, like attentional in both directions, right? There is the Gaza's genocide, direction, and also the people who have made themselves aggressively into like moderates, anti-leftist moderates. And you see this a bit with Cuomo, but you see it with Richie Torres, right? You see it with John Fetterman. Is like the strongest, most consistent fight they pick is on Israel.
It's like now weirdly the ideological delineator.
Israel's become the culture war, I think, within the Democratic Party.
I don't think I disagree with this, right? Yeah, I don't think that's silly to say, right? And it's one that the establishment Democrats, they're gonna fucking lose on, right? Like, we've seen the polling, like, Democrats do not like Israel. But then again, Democrats hate their voters, so, Democrats polling on Israel. I guess I'm glad I'm not gonna skip this particular bit now, right? Polls show little Israel support amongst Dems voters. Just 12 of the Dems voters. If my dumbass computer can like load an article. Thank you. 12%. 12% of Democratic voters sympathize more with the Israelis than Palestinians. Oof. That is not good, dude. Right? Like, one of these, like this week, Quinnipiac poll, one of those issues was the Middle East. U.S. voters are asked whether their sympathies lie with the Palestinians or the Israelis. 37% said the Israelis, 32% Palestinians, 31% did not offer an opinion. That's among Republicans. What I want is Democrats. Among Democratic voters, Israel's reputation is in shambles. Just 12% of them sympathize more with Israelis. Dude, this is a fucking... This is something that can be catalyzed. And this, again, like, and I do agree with the sentiment. I don't think Israel-Palestine is the main reason why Democrats lost in 2024. I think it's a big factor. Big factor, absolutely. Not the main one. I still think it's because of Biden's ego. That was the main factor, to be honest. But, again, like, this is, you know, Democratic establishment politicians, you guys should keep stimping for Israel. Hey, Chuck Schumer, wonder why your approval rating's at 17%. I don't even want to think about what his dumbass is going to get voted out for sure in the next primary. Fetterman's cooked. I think his political career is basically over. Like, you know, bro, for lack of a better term, barely functions, barely goes to votes, barely does his fucking job, and he's like a huge simp for fucking Israel. It's like, yeah, you're cooked, buddy. It's over for you. Like, it's not a good look. But again, like, Democrats, again, common trend with them is that they really hate their voters.
Yeah. And just, if you want to really send a strong signal, like, I'm just struck by how many of the signals sent for people who do not have a lot of power over, you know, American policy with Israel, are sent on this issue.
I think there's also an added dimension to that, which is that there's just enormous estrangement between the establishment of the party and the base of the party.
That's right.
I saw the polling on the...
I'm glad Chris Hayes is saying this. Thank you, Chris Hayes.
Iran strikes were like 85% of Democrats opposed and I think 13% approved.
Yeah.
Now, if you looked at Democratic legislators' responses, you would not think that those were the numbers. It reminds me a little bit, and I think it's actually a dangerous gap for the party because someone will come into that vacuum.
Oh God, you guys, like, they're like right there, dude. Right, they just have to say it's because of the consultancy fucking brain that plagues the Democratic Party. That's the final piece. That's the piece that puts the puzzle together. That's the one.
Donald Trump really exploited a huge gap between the elites in the party and the establishment on immigration and trade and the base of the party to tremendous effect. There is something like that in the Democratic Party right now on the issue of Israel. There is just, you know, poll after poll after poll, and I think this has to do with a bunch of complicated factors, although I think the driving factor has been the war in Gaza since, you know, October 2023, and I think you really saw it play out in this race. I mean, New York City is the most Jewish city in the country and the most Jewish city in the world, one of the most Jewish cities in the world. Outside Tel Aviv, it's the second, you know, highest number of Jewish citizens. It's also like, that number fails to represent how Jewish the city is in terms of its cultural milieu, and like I said, like the fabric of New York, right? And I think it's shocking to a lot of people, and even to me, I have to say, that someone with his politics on this conflict.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
That is really like, and I think
and did it without shifting from that. Like, no, he used to support defund the police, and now I think says he does it and actually doesn't. He does not want to defund the police as mayor. He held his line.
He is an anti-Zionist, I think, and is now.
Right. He said like Israel should not be a Jewish state.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, and I think you're right that there's something. I mean, again, I feel a little weird about this conversation because I really. It's thorny for a million reasons, but it's also like I respect the views of people that are closest to it, and I am not the closest to it, so I'm always kind of like trying to check that in me. So it's weird for me to be like, it's bad for the Jews. I'm not a Jew. I think the way this is developing within the Democratic Party is kind of dangerous. Yeah. I think the idea of like, this is a signifier of the rich elites who control everything behind closed doors, which is both an anti-Semitic trope and something that touches on something close to being true about how money flows in Democratic politics, is like a really combustible mix.
I think that's right, but I think two other things about it being a signifier. One,
I don't think I exactly agree with that. Yeah, Zohran, he is probably, I mean, he gave the answer that Ilan Pape would give, right? He wants like a one-state solution with equal rights for all. That's Ilan Pape's position, which is a position I agree with, ostensively speaking. I mean, you can make the distinctions between like money and politics, the interests that grip the Democratic Party from like Jewish people, That's not really as big of an issue within the Democratic Party. That's more of an issue within the Republican Party. Not so much with the Democrats. Like, there's like, and they're a minority of a minority of a minority, and that is like very anti-Semitic, like Marxist-Leninists, right? Like, they're tiny. They exist. but they are like a tiny, and they're not going to vote for Democrats anyways because of like stupid American diabolism bullshit. And that's a whole different fucking shebang. People just really despise the fact that there's a genocide that is being like, for lack of a better term, like live streamed. Like, I don't think that's hyperbole to say. Like, that's the main thing people are having issues with. It's just like, dude, this is like a genocide that's going on. It's being like a live stream, which is why, I do the meme of like, hey, IDF, as your legal advisor, personally, I think you should keep streaming this at all times, at all costs. Keep doing it. You guys are doing great. You're doing fantastic. It's very fetch, very good, very fantastic. And it's just like, that's the problem that people are having, right? Like, they're just like, dude, like, I'm just seeing like constant videos online of like people being turned into mulch. Like, one of the biggest content creators, and I see her posts constantly now on Twitter, is Miss Rachel. She's one of the biggest fucking YouTube content creators, children content creators on the planet, and she's talking about Free Palestine. Like, every time I see one of her posts, it's hashtag Free Palestine, hashtag Free Palestine, hashtag Free Palestine. It's just like, dude, like, you just made a huge voice, completely fucking polarized against just the Zionist project within Israel because of just how ostensible and horrible that the current genocide is going on. Not to mention the attacks attempted by all these like schizo groups of like Stop ADL and like all these other fucking complete morons, or not Stop ADL, Stop Anti-Semitism, like the ADL and all these like complete like morons and charlatans. Like, it's just like they make it like Zionists make it really easy for people to be polarized against them. But there's always going to be people out there, and there are a minority of people, I think, who just ostensibly just want to see, like, yeah, they're brown. Fuck them. Kill them. Who gives a shit? Just exterminate them because they're brown and they're stinky because they're brown. It's just like, oh, goddamn, that's like mostly a thing that's going on within Republican circles. This is not so much a Democrat problem. There's liberal Zionists. They exist. Broadly speaking, generally speaking, they do. But they are not as aggressive about it as a comparison to the Zionists that exist within the Republican Party. They are much more prevalent there.
One is it's a signifier in two directions, right? It's a signifier in one direction being willing to stick to your beliefs, right? That I think a lot of people in the base feel that even Democrats who actually agree with them will not say on Gaza and how bad and horrifying that has been, will not quite say it or sugarcoat it or will not vote with it. And so there is something, both, again, I believe the beliefs authentic to Mamdani, but also showing that you will stand up to that kind of pressure, right? In the other direction, it's showing that you will not be cowed for your Torres, your Fettermans. It's showing you will not be cowed by a different thing, right? Like the kind of woke mob, right? So it's become a kind of declaration of independence from that. I will just say on the point you just made about
just because they're Republicans, right? Like, I'm not gonna submit to the woke mob or some shit. That's like complete fucking Republican bullshit, right? Like that's like the sort of like bullshit that they're operating off of, which is why their dumbasses are gonna lose their fucking campaigns. Like those guys are fucking cooked, probably.
Saying something true can veer close to saying something anti-Semitic. One thing I always appreciated about Mamdani, and I appreciate about the Mamdani Land Alliance. I'm a Jewish person. It is very important. It is very important that it is possible and understood to be possible that you can be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic. And I'm not anti-Zionist in that way, right? I'm like a kind of two-state solution person. I don't really believe that is possible. I'm not sure what I think is plausible.
Yes, that's where we understand you're liberal.
Like, I very fundamentally believe like Mamdani is anti-Zionist and not anti-Semitic, and he did a very, very, very good job in my view in answers of making that clear. Lander acted as a very important cross-validator for him. But in a world where Israel is going to be as brutal as it has been in Gaza, and is going to play much more of a role of like a regional hegemon militarily, which is what it has stepped into. And people are going to have very, very strong opinions, including very, very strong negative opinions on what it means for there to be roughly 7 million Palestinians who do not have equal rights and are under Israeli control. It is very, very, very important that they're like, you just have to be able to be against what the Israeli state has become and not anti-Semitic. And it's going to be, I think it is an incredibly dangerous game that pro-Zionist people have played trying to conflate those things. Because if you tell people enough that to oppose Israel is to be
I'm surprised that Ezra Klein is actually saying this. I'm humbly surprised, I'll be honest, because this is a very good criticism. Like, This is pretty. I'm surprised because most liberals who are more two-state solution, blah blah blah, they don't talk about like the danger of the conflict. This is the same shit Sam Cedar says constantly, like just how ridiculously dangerous the game that Israel is playing in terms of the conflation of Zionism with Judaism, which are not the same. Like I've said this before, Zionism is an ethno-nationalist political ideology with the express purpose of inclusion and extermination of minorities within their borders with the express purpose of building an ethno-state. And Judaism in of itself is a cultural and religious affiliation, right? Like, You can either culturally or religiously Jewish. You know what I mean. Yada yada yada.
Anti-Semitic. That's something to say.
Well, then I guess I'm anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's the fear. I think that, yeah, and I think the taboo around anti-Semitism, which is born of the worst atrocities in human history, is like an extremely, like, a wildly important taboo that is breaking down everywhere we look. Like, let's be clear. Like, that taboo is disintegrating.
Yes.
And it's disintegrating for a lot of people, and it's terrifying that it's disintegrating. And the one thing I'll say again, and this is me like offering advice no one asked for from the position of just like, the Catholic boy from the Bronx who now lives in Brooklyn. But like, I also think there's tangible concrete things. I think there's tangible concrete things that Mamdani can do. Like, he should be going to Borough Park, and he should be going, to Ocean Parkway, and he should be talking to folks there and being like, we're not going to agree on Israel. Let's just clear from the beginning. I want you to feel safe and heard. I want your communities to thrive. I want the city to work for you. Like, let's talk about how we make that happen. And I think they're tangible. Like, there's huge security concerns. Huge.
Yeah, you heard him on Colbert. I thought he did a very beautiful job walking the line.
Yeah, I agree.
I remember.
Yeah, again, like, I don't think I necessarily fucking agree with, like, it's gonna be, like, there's a huge spike in, like, anti-Semitism. Like, again, like, a lot of that is just the byproducts of, like, just how terrible of a state Israel is. But are there, like, huge increases in, like, anti-Semitic, like, attacks? I think this is, like, a broader sort of global trend that's generally happening because of the rise of the far right, and also now so with kerosene being poured on the fucking fire, the actions that Israel is taking in Gaza and doing the constant conflation of, Zionism with Judaism, right? I think this is like a sort of like global sort of trend thing. Because again, like with the far right, with the far right rising due to like liberals not addressing material conditions, hate crimes, generally speaking, go up across the board. It's not just like an anti-Semitic thing, although like they're going to be targeted more, but it's also like anti-black, anti-Muslim, sort of like a general, like anti-Hispanic as well, very much so, like general anti-migrant stuff, right? Like, the FBI has constantly said that the biggest threat to U.S. security and national security currently is like, domestic terrorists from far right-wing groups.
Remember the words of Mayor Koch, who said, if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. 12 out of 12, see a psychiatrist. And I had an older Jewish woman come up to me at the night gesture in a synagogue many months ago after a Democratic Club forum. And she whispered in my ear, I disagree with you on one issue. I'm pretty sure you know which one it is. And I agree with you on the others, and I'm going to be ranking you on my ballot. And I say this because I know there are many New Yorkers with whom I have a disagreement about the Israeli government's policies. And also, there are many who understand that that's a disagreement still rooted in shared humanity. Because the conclusions I've come to, they are the conclusions of Israeli historians like Amos Goldberg. They are echoing the words of an Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert, who said just recently, what we are doing in Gaza is a war of devastation. It is cruel, it is indiscriminate, it is limitless, it is criminal killing of civilians. These are the conclusions I've come to.
I think that's a good place to end. Also, final question. What are 3 books do you recommend to the audience?
This is an oldie.
Okay, I don't care about books. Thank you. Lovely. Very cool. Wow, we got through the whole thing. Okay, that was actually, listen, I thought this was gonna be like, it's like, I don't care about this particular issue, but no, it was a good transition. Good transition. Yeah. I thought I was gonna get like more angry at this. Not really. A lot of things that I ostensibly like sort of disagree with, generally speaking, like. Again, the sort of like framing of like populism and shit like that by like liberals, and again, like I don't know, it's not like Chris Hayes, I think, broadly speaking, doesn't really, he probably like partially understands this. Again, like this is like a general sort of problem that I have with liberalism in general. Like, I don't want to say 100% that Ezra Klein and Chris Hayes don't understand 100% the reasonings. They partially don't understand the reasonings for as to why like Zohran Mamdani ended up winning, right? Like, it was like generally sort of like brought up here, right? Like, in terms of like the housing policies and stuff like that is like the sort of like general thing that's going to be like mostly sort of like quibbled about, I would say. Like, some like pleasant surprises in terms of like Israel Palestine also at the end, all withstanding. Yeah, broadly speaking, things to agree with, things to mostly like to also disagree with there as well. Overall, I think it's like a good thing to have covered and taken a look at. I don't think liberals still really understand like the main issues, because again, like the main issue with the Democratic Party is the fact that they are a party that don't believe in anything because they are interested in courting the exact same interests as the Republican Party, and that is billionaire, millionaire cash, right? Like that's the main issue, and that's why, the Democratic Party is suffering. Mamdani is showing a case where it's just like, well, no, you shouldn't have to just appeal to these guys, and you can be successful. Like, I mean, AOC was also like a catalyst of that as well. Generally speaking, like it's more so like I'm not expecting them to probably have like a 100% like accurate, like, because they did understand it's like, yeah, social media is like a really, really huge tool, and it's like I agree with that, obviously, like, yeah, obviously, but the main problem is the underlying group basis of what the Democrats have in terms of like belief systems, and that is nothing. They don't believe in anything. That is the main issue, and again, that's like a position that they didn't really sort of address, broadly speaking, in this sort of like podcast. That's the main issue that happens with the Democratic Party, due to the fact that they are trying to build as the bigger and bigger coalition that they are trying to build. Well, eventually it gets to the point where the only people you can go in order to include in that coalition are like Republican suburbanite voters, right? We all know like the quote from like fucking Chuck Schumer during 2016, where it's just like, well, where we can just like not care about like working class like Rust Belt voters in like Ohio, will gain 2 suburbanite voters in Pennsylvania. It's just like, that is an attitude, I think, a quote that's going to like haunt Chuck Schumer and the Democrats for a very, very long time to come. And I think that's probably like the sort of like one of the main sort of reasons for as to why like the Democrats are seen as like just the do nothing, absolute who cares, omega lol, vibe shift, terrible party that it is now. And I don't think these guys didn't really inherently address that, because again, like it's part of it is because of how big the coalition the Democrats are trying to like broadly speaking build, but also a problem is because they are more interested in going after the same interests, billionaire corporation cash, that the Republicans also have. I think that's all I really got to say about this. Nice.
I love video, folks.
Nice meme. Alright, who are we rating out to today?
Who the hell are we gonna raid to today, folks? Let me tell you, we gotta figure that out. It's a very important question. Very important thing that we need to figure out with the boys. Let me tell you.
Oh, there was another Epstein file bullshit or something, and that was a complete... Cool. I was also thinking that we could also raid into Riverboat Jack. Why the fuck not? Alright. Raid messages. You idiots know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out with the Daho raid bot. If you're a sub, if you're non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid bot. That's how we show appreciation to those that raid into any case. Gamers, I will be back tomorrow, and... What? I'm gonna have to talk about the Epstein stuff, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at the Epstein stuff. Cool. What else? Volkner, final rival fights, Victory Road. And then it's the Elite Four. That's all we got left for Emerald Imperium. It's going to be the, well, the rival fights are not going to be that... Actually, the back-to-back Dawn May fights, I'm going to have to cook I'm going to have to cook something up in order to be able to win that one, but... It's all going to be all about the Elite Four run. So, that's going to be this Wednesday, more than likely. Where I might have to spend, like, an hour or 2, maybe 3, figuring out, alright, how the fuck am I going to win? How am I going to win against all the degenerate nonsense? Anywho, I will be back tomorrow. We got to get through Victory Road first, and that's not going to be too bad. Anywho, I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.